was just making sure we were on the right bit rate, baby.
Um,
Because otherwise, we're not going to be streaming well at all.
The 720 or whatever.
Yeah. Alright, we're doing it.
I'm doing it live.
Okay, so there's that. A little bit of stuff, and I'll show you the Bible. Is that stuff helping you, baby?
What?
Stuff in your hand?
A little bit. I'm getting pretty intense pangs. Only almost every time I breathe in or out.
Delightful.
I don't mind though if you share it with me.
The candy?
Yeah.
I see that thing with fucking Dink Dongy. Vote or die. Think about that South Park episode.
Which one?
Where they bring Biggie Smalls back to life, and he's with P Diddles, and they chase the kids around, and it just goes vote or die, motherfucker, vote or die, and they're chasing around. They're gonna kill the kids. Oh, son of a gun.
We gotta watch that one.
Chasing around like Benny fucking Hill.
Maybe I should have referenced that in the. Nah, I like Jared from Subway, but I feel like we should use that at some point. I feel like South Park has been very aware. No. South Park has made points that I don't even know if they realize. Like observations.
Yeah.
That I'm not sure that they fully see themselves.
I don't think they do, because then they turn around and do something
else. The opposite. Yeah.
Stupid, so. No.
What did I say? We got more money. We got more Odyssey coin.
Do we? Oh, that's.
It was a thing at the bottom that said something.
Oh.
It comes and goes so fast, it's hard to.
At the moment, it appears to be 8 miles away.
What?
The message on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Vote or die, motherfuckers. Vote or die.
They bring back notorious counterfeit to just make children, to chase children around about voting. That was the reason they brought him back to life?
I don't think. No, they brought him back to life because he's the new Bloody Mary.
The new Bloody, like,
look in the mirror. You say it in the mirror 3 times, and he come and get you. Oh.
And then Puff Diddy used him to scare the children to vote.
I don't think they did anything about voting. They were just.
Oh. Just saying it?
Yeah, like he was doing his like that was the campaign at that time. I think he mentioned something about voting, and they're like, it doesn't fucking matter. They're like, we can't vote anyways, we're fucking kids or something.
They're like, whatever, motherfucker, vote or die.
Yeah.
If you can't vote, I guess you're dead. Still poignant to this day. Is that bread gonna be okay? Should we have cooked that before we started? I was looking a little bit puffy. Puffy doodles, so to speak. Pig diddly.
I should probably go give it a flap and a twonk.
Should we leave it start soon?
Degas it and fold it. It takes a minute or two, not very long.
Okay.
So whenever we take a quick break, I'll do that. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Now that we have
all those up. I'm excited for this brownie to kick in. I feel like I haven't had any in a very long time. Has it been like a day? Sustainable, social, ethical. Motherfucker, you put my chocolate in aluminum foil. What do you mean? Aluminum foil is not ethical, for one. Unless you just want to define that shit for yourself. It's not sustainable, because you're making fucking garbage.
Can I have a drink, please?
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
What are these mountains, baby? What's this mountain range?
It's not the Alps, is it? Doesn't go up to.
Over here, this says the
Europe?
Zagros Mountains, but that's over in Iran. I don't think that whole mountain range is called that. See, over here, this little bit in Turkey is called the Taurus Mountains. So, do you know if this is...
If this is...
What this... If there even is a common name for this mountain range. That's this north part of the Fertile Crescent. It's what the border is. Learn that from looking at these fucking maps.
What, that mountain range is the border of Turkey?
No, no, that there's a mountain range that does a crescent, and that's the edge of the Fertile Crescent. The Fertile Crescent.
Oh shit! It's like a literal crescent shape.
Yeah.
Shit.
And it doesn't even go to fucking Israel. Israel's just been a shithole forever.
Yeah. Oops.
We just fucked up because according to some of the things that I was looking at, fucking Jordan was real pretty. So what the hell did they do wrong?
It is around the area where I think that we were talking about how there's a story in Libya or Lebanon, something like that, of a king who chopped down the last tree, and he was like, yeah, was making a house with it or some shit. It's like an endearing fucking story.
Yeah.
I think everyone fucked everything up back then. They ransacked everywhere. Man ransacked everywhere man was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think even with the farmers and stuff, when they in the Bible, where they talk about how there was a famine, I think that those famines are man-made.
Somebody did something stupidly.
Yeah.
killed too many farmers. Farmers didn't pay attention to their crops, something of the sort.
Mm-hmm.
Too many dead people in the river, so the water's bad.
That maybe they grew something that attracted a bad species or let a bad species evolve, like the locusts or something. Like fucking tumbleweed or something.
The gears of Syria, the locusts.
Is that what it's? Oh, like Gears of War.
Yeah.
When we were reading about Lot and Abram, he said that we can't sustain how we are now. We have too many things that eat and stuff, right? So you gotta go somewhere else, and I gotta go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes, wife.
So it's possible that it's possible that people live there's proof that there's somebody who understands the concept of unsustainability, right? Because somebody wrote the story of Abram and Lot, and one of them had to go because they had too much shit.
Yeah. And where were they? They were somewhere in Jordan.
Were they? It was called Haran, I think. Is there chocolate on my finger that's now on the Bible?
That's the least offensive thing you've written on this Bible.
There's Aram. Damn, I need like my magnifying glass. Stuff's just too small. Okay. There's stuff all over this too. What is that? Like icing?
Lot looked about and saw how well the water whole Jordan plain was. So they were in Jordan.
That's where Lot went. That's not where they were.
Oh, I thought he said he went east. So there was.
It said that he went east, but also that that the east was the Jordan Plains.
So they were somewhere in what? Somewhere in Egypt, right? Because the Pharaoh fucking.
They went to Egypt from where they were, which was Haran. Maybe there's a map of that Kush. Joktan. Canaan. I know they were close to Canaan. Is this all Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. Well, not all of it. Because like this little part is Jordan and Israel and Syria and
Okay. I think though that they were around this Canaan area.
because down here is Jordan.
Okay.
So if they looked east, I mean, Jordan only goes up this high, so it's this little bit. So they had to were they?
Like Beirut, I think that is maybe the country that's between Africa and Saudi Arabia. Something like that, or Beirut is some sort of island.
Beirut's up here. in Lebanon.
Oh, what am I thinking of then? So what's that?
I think it's just still part of Egypt, baby.
Gaza? No, Gaza's up there.
It's the Suez Canal. There's Cairo. I think it's just part of Egypt.
So, so this landmass between Africa and Saudi Arabia is part of Egypt?
Yeah.
Maybe it is part Egypt because he did say that he went east. And Jordan is east of there.
There's a tiny little sliver that's Palestine.
So
I refuse to acknowledge this other place.
it's totally real. It is real. God damn it, believe me. It is real.
You want to join the Brotherhood? Oh, you motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly.
Trick me.
I can't believe that I didn't get that Brotherhood thing until we read 1984 together. Years I read that book. At least like 3 times. Ay. But at some point I didn't even understand that Julia was not ever against Winston. Okay, so we read, this is chapter 12. Chapter 13 is a silly video I'm trying to work on.
That's the Kings?
No. Chapter 14 is Kings. Okay. Chapter 14, Lot is already in he went to Jordan because that happened in chapter 13, right? Chapter is Lot and Abram part is chapter 13.
Okay.
Chapter 14, Abram has fought on a side. There were 4 kings and 5 versus 5 kings. And I believe that he fought for the 4 kings. And then
they started giving him gifts. They're like, man, you're the shit.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't want your gifts. Give them to other people. But it's kind of going to him because it's going to, like, his cows, you know? Yeah. Oh, don't feed me, feed my cows.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so selfless. And that's where Abram started calling God the Most High. It went from God to Lord God to
Super Mega
the
God.
Lord. Yeah. And now it's God Most High.
Super King Big Dick God.
Give me the people, the goods you can keep. So he's still getting things. He has slaves instead of, if anything, people who are offended by slavery should be most offended by Jews. Because the Jews hold their history so close to them to the point where if they could replicate the past, they would. Right?
Right.
So I guess we should just do chapter 15, right?
Right.
What does that say? The covenant with Abram. I think we might have read that too. Because Abram is told by God that fear not, make an altar where you cut a bunch of animals in half. And he waited there and fended off the birds so that at nighttime, God, quote unquote, revealed himself to Abram as a fear. He says, when the sun had set and it was dark, there approached a smoking brazier and a flaming torch, which passed between those pieces being the pieces of the animals. Animals, these fucking disgusting people. It was on that occasion that the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, to your descendants I give this land from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, the Kezanites, and the Kadamites, the Hittites and the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Gashites, and the Jebusites. So Abram has imagined that somebody came, or that God told him something, that this stuff is his. And then now we're up to the birth of Ishmael, chapter 16.
Okay. Who the fuck is Ishmael?
I think it's Abram's son.
That's the name of the guy from Moby Dick.
Huh. Well, a lot of people are named after religious characters. When people talk about the covenant with Abram, they talk about circumcisions. However, that's how I've heard it all the time, that he made a covenant, that's why we're chosen, because he made a covenant with God, blah, blah, blah. But God has been making covenants this whole fucking time, really. Right? He made one with Noah, just because he didn't call it a covenant, just because it wasn't called he was like...
How often are Jews cutting animals in half? You got a covenant here, cutting animals in half and burning them. But they got fucking lob wieners off, too.
Well, apparently, I mean, this is how disgusting that religion is. They're cutting animals in half now and making sacrifices because they're so stupid that they believe that cutting animals in half, that sacrificing animals is doing something. Do people cut animals in half for no reason? They're trying to elicit something. So, what are they eliciting? I don't know, but they're so stupid. They're doing the same thing that people did thousands of years ago. To no avail. I mean, these are not true stories. There is nothing that you can do to get a real response from God, because God is not real. God is something in the imagination that is unknown to people. So much so that it's unknown now. There's so much about ourselves that we don't fucking know. Some people call it God, some people call it schizophrenia, depending on where you are and who's telling you what it is. How much control or what influences that person. It's all craziness. Fucking. So he said in chapter 15, remember that he's giving Abram all these things, and that's a covenant, right?
So he's got.
But he also said, know for certain that your descendants shall be aliens in a land not their own. Like, you personally can have all that stuff. It's almost like he's talking to... It's so complicated because I don't even know for sure for myself. But we have good and bad in us, right? We have the knowledge of good and bad.
Yeah.
It seems like Abram has had a conversation with his good or bad. That, oh, it's good because I get to have all this stuff, But there's something inside of him that knows that. Does he know? Does it? This whole your descendants are going to be in aliens in a land not their own. Who does that not apply to? When does one claim this thing their land? You can do it arbitrarily, but that doesn't mean that I have no land. Nobody has land. People who pay taxes don't have land.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's parts of us that when something pops out of our sorter that takes into account all of the things that we have done and are doing, what has been, what could be, what is, there's something inside of us that comes up with logical and illogical things. And maybe one is logical, maybe one was illogical. You know, it's almost a story of day and night. Because one, land's not going to be your own. Oh, no, both of them were at night. So as the sun was about to set, a trance fell upon Abram, and a deep, terrifying darkness enveloped him. He came down with all that fear that your descendants are going to be strangers, but also all of this is yours. It's almost like a chaotic episode. Most of what we are chaotic episodes, you know? If we're not completely in charge of who we are, just because it's not a thing that gets you arrested or sanctioned or sectioned, doesn't mean that it's not chaotic or it's not psychotic. Psychoticness is due to chaos. So I don't know. Anyway, just a little thing that I'm trying to keep in my head. As other like prophecy stuff, the wickedness of the Amorites will not have reached to its full measure until then. You shall join your forefathers in peace. You shall be buried. So he's having an episode about his own death too.
Yeah.
You shall be buried. He trying to find significance in his life, I guess. So he's talking about how he's gonna die, and before you die, you're gonna have all this stuff. It's a very self-fulfilling prophecy kind of thing. He obviously has power already because he has so much cattle and so many people under his reign that he could fight in a war, that he could that he needed to separate from Lot because they both had so much stuff. Whatever. 20 minutes later, I guess we should go to chapter 16. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the birth of Ishmael. And I think this is his first son.
Okay.
Abram's wife, Sarai, had borne him no children. Probably because of all the herpes or whatever. She had, however, an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar. Is that the one from SG-1? The mother of the Goulds?
No.
Hathor. Whatever, damn it. I'll still use her as the fun. Who cares?
Is the newspaper comic Viking.
Huh? Oh, that newspaper comic. I forgot what it was called, but they were like little cartoon Viking things.
Yeah, Hagar the Horrible.
Okay.
Like with Garfield and shit.
Maybe that should be the wife. I don't like second wives. I think they're despicable. So I'm going to make her look as filthy as I can. Sarai said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from bearing children." What did she do wrong? That now she has to feel guilty, like that God did something bad to her.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, can we what?
She said the Lord had done this to her, right?
Mm-hmm. The Lord has kept me from bearing children. Why would God do that to her?
That was one of my questions. It is in the realm of possibility that is something he would do.
What?
Stop her from having children. I mean, he's already abused them in many other ways.
Oh,
this God's a dick, so that's a
if God is real, then he definitely would do that because he's such a dick. Why does God like Abram more than Sarai? God is a chauvinist pig. We used to say chauvinist, now we say misogynist. Whatever stupid people, or whatever stupid fucking words they come up with, God is that. God is the embodiment of a bad man. God would manspread on the subway.
Yeah.
God would sleep with you and leave you. Look what he did to Mary. And people find this holy. I'm disgusted by this. I'm disgusted to have friends that would believe this. I'm disgusted that idiots like fucking Gothics would take this as a good thing. You can only measure abuse by fucking God. Everything is opinion. You stupid bitch.
Yeah.
So, the Lord has kept me from bearing children. Punishment, punishment, punishment. Have intercourse. So, husband, I give you permission to fuck another chick. Fuck you. Fuck this shit. So why does my religious friend care that her sister slept with her husband? Because she can't have children and did have children with him? You just drawing random fucking lines? Maybe the Lord wanted your husband to have sex with your sister, you idiot.
Yeah.
Ooh, it makes me angry. Have intercourse, then, with my maid. Oh, yeah, she made the decision, right?
That's what this is about. I don't know if you wanted to read that. I was looking at that earlier.
According to Reader's Digest, handmaids from Egypt were in great demand amongst prominent Canaanites. Local law, is that how this happened? Because of a guy named Abram who was like, oh yeah, just like Henry VIII, I decree that I can kill any one of my wives and get a new one because I'm fucking the king. Local law granted the wife exclusive control. Local law granted the wife exclusive control over these servants. The illustration shows a statue of a typical Egyptian handmaiden from those times in the 11th dynasty. How do they know? Is there a record of laws from 2100 BC? They gave him exclusive control over the Egyptian servants. Why not? Because then you're forcing them into your culture, and It makes sense because the man can't control everything.
But to make it fair, women are the ones who got the control over these.
Yeah,
things.
right.
I can't boss you around at all.
She doesn't have control to force him to marry and fuck her though. But maybe that's how he's trying. Oh, you're telling me I have to because you ordered your fucking handmaiden to have sex with me? Then okay, I guess. Get the fuck out of here.
And our stock as a family is going to be made of a lesser person because they're part slave.
Yeah, she's just a worker bee. So now we was kings, but not really. You're a handmaiden. Everybody is descendant of
street slut.
Shush.
Everybody's a fucking prostitute, baby.
Anything for the Benjamins. Have intercourse with my maid. Perhaps I shall have sons through her. So they're her sons, she thinks, because even though they come from a different woman. You have no DNA in those children. Like, what kind of fucking logic is this? These are contradictions. If you call someone a son who is not a son, then that is not true. It could be an adopted son. It could be a small child that you care for from birth, but it is not your son. Abram heeded Sarai's request. Thus, after Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, so he is living. So where the fuck is that other place? Harath. For fuck's sakes. I guess the Harath is just fucking Canaan, but is a town in Canaan. Oh my god. His wife Sarai took her maid. He took her. So you do things because a rapey guy says so.
So this strip right here is Canaan.
Okay.
I can't tell. Okay, is there an outline of how far Canaan goes, wife?
Not really. It's just this half desert, half greenery area because the word is written in half desert, half green. There's Damascus. I don't know if Damascus is part of Canaan at this point. So what's up with fuck? Oh, there's Haran. Is that the place? Oh, I thought that they had gone there. The Egyptian went up to Negeb with his wife. Abram was very rich. Place between Bethel and Ai where his tent had formerly stood. Which I thought was fucking Haran. It goes back and forth. Oh my god, it's so fucking hard to keep track of all this. Whatever. We don't care that much about that, do we? Because we're talking about a rapist here. So this would mean that Gothic's chick is okay with all of what's going on. Right? They did good things because God let it happen. So, what, because God doesn't let it happen now? Somehow, because politicians don't let it happen, or people don't let it happen? I don't understand the logic that can be followed here. How any of this is okay.
Yeah.
Were there handmaidens in the Garden of Eden?
Nope.
Hmm.
Not according to the story.
Yeah. What did he do after he kicked everybody out? What happened to the Garden of Eden? Did he just destroy it? Is the tree of life and knowledge still there? Something to think about, right?
What was the first area when they got kicked out? What was that area called?
I don't fucking remember.
It was something east of Eden. I was just, it's okay. No. Just thinking, find that point and then go west, and you know where.
Well, and people have been going all over the place, and then it doesn't matter because they all died. Right?
Yeah.
They all died in the flood.
Yep.
Thus, after Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, his wife Sarai, which we could be missing parts of the story. He could be in Haran and then he moved to Canaan for some reason, right? Thus, after Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan, his wife Sarai took her maid Hagar the Egyptian and gave her to her husband Abram to be his concubine. Oh yeah, she definitely gave him permission, right? Fuck off. He had intercourse with her and she became pregnant. He had intercourse. Did she have intercourse with him? Did she want it? Was she okay with this? Does anybody give a shit? No, because Abram is more important than fucking this poor little fucking street urchin from Egypt. When she became aware of her pregnancy, she looked on her mistress with disdain. When she looked. Hold on. Okay. When she became aware of her pregnancy, she looked on her mistress with disdain. So it's her and her. Terrible way to fucking tell a story using fucking pronouns to describe it. And then he said, and then she said, and then she said, and then she said. It's like, how many people are involved? Nobody knows because you just used 2 words to describe X amount of people. Anyway. When
she is not happy with the wife.
No, hold on. I think it's when Sarai became aware of Hagar's pregnancy. Sarai looked on her mistress, Hagar, with disdain. So Sarai said to Abram, "You are responsible for this outrage against me. I myself gave my maid to your embrace, but ever since she became aware of her pregnancy, she has been looking on me with disdain."
Yeah, so the little girl is not happy that she's fucking preggers. Right?
Hagar isn't happy that she's pregnant?
Yeah, she's looking at her mistress. The mistress is the one in charge.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So Hagar's looking at Sarai with disdain.
That's what I got out of it.
Where does a woman's power come from relatively? Baby mama, right?
Yeah.
The one who gives you the most stuff. The bottom bitch. If Hagar is the one who can give Abram children, then of course her ego would raise, right? Because this is a powerful motherfucker. Because he has a bunch of cows and servants and shit. And now Sarai is upset that Abram isn't keeping her in line, I guess. Why didn't she keep her in line? You're responsible for this outrage. Ever since she became over, she has been looking on me with disdain. Did he have an influence on that? Because she's the one that's supposed to be controlling Hagar.
Yeah.
Sarai is supposed, because it says that handmaidens are the responsibility of the wife.
Yeah.
So why then does she blame Abram? Maybe because what would come with handling your Egyptian servants? Probably beating the shit out of them when they need to be, right?
Yeah.
So if she's looking at Sarai with the cocky attitude, does she get to beat a pregnant woman? Probably not. Because Abram would stop her, or Abram wouldn't be happy with it, or something. So just, May the Lord decide between you and me. Does that appear? Okay. So Sarah is like saying, it's either you or me, motherfucker? I guess. Like, I can't live like this. Either he's gonna kill you or he's gonna kill me.
Can you read one more time, wife?
May the Lord decide between you and me.
Okay.
Abram told Sarai, your maid is in your power. Do to her whatever you please. Oh, Sarai then abused her so much that Hagar ran away from her. And went where? I wonder.
With his kids, too.
Yeah, with her fucking pregnancy. The Lord's messenger found her by a spring in the wilderness. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? A spring in the wilderness. The spring on the road to Shur. And he asked, Hagar, maid of Sarai, where have you come from and where are you going? Can't I, Joe? So now it's not God speaking directly, it's a messenger. This is a new development, right? There has not been messengers yet.
Yeah, now there's a go-between.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Hagar answered, I am running away from my mistress, Sarai. But the Lord's messenger told her, go back to your mistress and submit to her abusive treatment. I will make your descendants so numerous, added the Lord's messenger, that they will be too many to count. Besides, the Lord's messenger said to her, you are now pregnant and shall bear a son. Now there's like a poem format.
Okay.
You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard you. God has answered you. Oh shit, what is this bullshit? Fucking ad block. This is extremely fucking confusing. First of all, what is this messenger doing saying that he will bless Hagar? That's a little weird, right? It said, go back. The Lord's messenger told her to go back, and I will make your descendants so numerous. That's what the messenger said.
This is what God said. He's like, told me to pass it on to you.
He didn't say that, so I'm not assuming that. The Lord's messenger told her, I will make your descendants so numerous.
Okay.
No. And now it's more confusing because the Lord has heard you and God has answered you. So,
Those two different peoples now?
If they have two different names, they are two different people. There's no disputing that. They're right next to each other. The Lord God, the God Most High, the blah 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 blah. None of this seems fucking right.
Is that one of the tricks? Is that that one of the ways that this can make sense is that
It's all the same person?
yeah.
Even though they use us? It said, the Lord said,
And God said,
we gotta kill these fucking humans. Remember when he said we?
Yeah, a couple times they referred to God as us.
Mm-hmm. In Eden too. Lest they become as smart as us or whatever. There's a lot of us speak when humans are trying to get their shit together. Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge. In Babel they were trying to build a tower to all understand each other. God has so you are now pregnant and shall bear a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard you, God has answered you. He shall be a wild ass of a man, his hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him. In opposition to all his kin shall he encamp. A wild ass of a man.
And God said he will be this way.
God's messenger.
God's messenger. The fuck?
This is ridiculous. To the Lord who spoke to her, she gave a name. So to the Lord now. To the Lord who spoke to her. Does that not sound like there are more than one? To the one that spoke to her.
Not to the one who was over at the 7-Eleven or the one who was hanging out on the couch.
Or the one that didn't speak to her.
The one that didn't speak to her.
To the Lord who spoke to her, she gave a name. So she's now handing out names to God, saying, you are the God of vision. So is a Lord also, is that the messenger? It's the Lord's messenger, but also the Lord that spoke to her. How confusing is that?
Yeah, I'm fucking confused.
There's contradictions that people just say, yeah, it's all God. There are 4 different instances. There's the Lord messenger. There's the Lord, the God, and the Lord that spoke to her, and the God of vision. is one of them.
No, it's all the same guy, so he's all of these things.
He's his own messenger. He's God, he's Lord, he's the Lord. Or specifically the Lord that spoke to her. You are the God of vision. She meant, have I really seen God and remained alive after my vision? That is why the well is called Bir Lahai Roy.
Okay.
It is between Kadesh and Bered. Bered.
Bered?
Bered is tasty. You are the God of vision. She meant. Who's speaking? Who's writing this? Telling us what she meant? Because that doesn't sound the same. You are the God of vision. He told her a vision. He also, if you believe in God, he gave people vision. But have I really seen God and remained alive after my vision? She hasn't seen God because it was the Lord's messenger. So you have to look at these contradictions for what they are. You can't just explain them away and say, no, this is what they meant. Because you don't fucking know. You could ask a fucking scholar and they will not know. They can only make the best guesstimation or fucking lie. That's why we call the well Balerdahai. Hagar bore Abe. So we don't get to hear how she went back and got the shit beat out of her some more. What if Sarai did not give Abram permission to fuck her handmaiden?
What if Sarai didn't do that?
Would Abram not have had sons, or would he have done it anyway?
No, dude's probably done it anyways. You're that powerful, and you're not gonna
have an heir?
Yeah.
It seems like an excuse. Like, no, bitch. You tell me that I'm allowed to fuck her because of the law that I wrote or some shit. And also, at some point, were laws written for the powerful people to agree with and follow? Because Abram may have not been the only rich, wealthy influencer in that area.
Yeah.
Potentially. Ooh, I'm getting warm. Excuse me, I have to take my clothes off. I hope you don't mind. I know how you hate my body, you think it's gross, and you want to have sex with my handmaiden instead. Even though I bore you children. Well, not yet.
Half bore.
They half bore.
About 98% bore.
You know, it kind of feels like 99.999999999 all the way up until they fucking come. But, well, what do I know? I'm just a fucking person that's been pregnant for fucking 6 years now. No. Hagar bore I feel like I can't breathe. I feel like I'm making less. Listen, I don't have a lot of room in there, okay? There's too many donuts. That's what I'm going to call our children. A donut. I'm going to name them all George Floyd. Because I was thinking of the boxer who named all his fucking kids George.
Oh.
Sorry. Hagar bore Abram a son, and
What
Abram...
the fuck is that guy's name?
George Matheson. George Meat Press.
Yeah, God damn.
Foreman.
George Foreman.
How did I do that?
It was pretty good. I was going all over the place. I wasn't even close.
George Foreman grill's like the stupidest thing ever. I used to be, oh look, all that shit's dripping out. That's gonna save the world or some shit. But we should have just been eating that. Everybody does everything so backwards. This is why contradictions are so important. Unfortunately, we had to have contradictions. We won't be able to know anything without contradictions, right? If somebody just said, yeah, this thing is fine, and then we kept doing that thing without any without anything to the contrary, you know, if like we were all in 1984, or the only contradictions we can really go by is what we feel in our hearts and how we feel the suffocation, like Winston, you know? Yeah. He doesn't know that Big Brother is bad except by what he feels.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking crazy. But then it catches up with him with O'Brien because he feels like he fucking loves that guy.
Yeah.
Dudes are fucking gay. They have to make the choice to not be gay because they're so involved with themselves. Oh, if you want sex, you're gay. Fucking Justin or Andrew Tate. I think I went to school with a Justin Tate. That's why I keep saying that. It doesn't matter. That dude, look, it's fucking Andrew Not a Fish. Whatever.
Sex is gay.
He's so fucking ugh. So Hagar bore a son, and Abram named the son whom Hagar bore him Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Chapter 17, we did it.
Ishmael's an ass of a man.
Oh God, here's another covenant. Covenant of the circumcision. So this abusive piece of shit, okay, Gothics, justify why children should have their penises mutilated. You stupid fucking bitch. That is what you think is good, right? That's how you decipher fucking good and not good. Because God said, cut the baby's dick off. Right?
Right.
Because somebody said that God said. Because I didn't hear God say that. Anytime I talked to myself that I thought was God, never said anything about cutting dicks off. Circumcision, covenant of the circumcision of circumcision. When Abraham was 99 years old, here we go, more child abuse, you fucking bitch. The Lord appeared to him and said, I am God the Almighty. Why does he, hey, I remember you from that time I chopped those fucking cows in half.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen you in a while.
The person that told me that all this was going to be mine and this and this and this, and then he has to reintroduce himself. So he hasn't been talking to God this whole time?
Nope.
Nigga, please. This shit is so fucking stupid and so confusing and causes so much. To read this is to throw yourself into the arms of madness. That's why to look at God is to be in the chaos, whatever that expression is, because the source of the story of the concept of God comes from absolute fucking chaos, absolute fucking insanity, fucking men deciding to give themselves reasons to be powerful. Hey, this fucking God who he told me this was supposed to be mine. So it is. Fuck you. So let's abuse children because God says, oh, but it's not abuse, right? It's not abuse to make a fucking baby cry for no reason. Fuck you, you stupid bitch. Ooh, that makes me angry. I hate how so many people have influences on other people. And their influence is bad. This stupid, dirty, degenerate fucking bitch. Fucking stupid, dirty, degenerate fucking Justin Taylor. Tate not a fish. Tate definitely a fucking fish. Primordial fucking goo looking son of a bitch. Everybody has a bad influence on other people when they hear contradictions and make a decision and just say, this is what it is. This is how I interpreted something stupid that was interpreted by someone else who was stupid. So now we're got trigger warning. This is gonna be about fucking child abuse. I'm already nigger triggered. When Abraham was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am the God, the Almighty. Wait, Almighty being capitalized.
This is Abram?
Yes. When Abram was 99 years old,
okay,
the Lord appeared to him. So we're talking about Abram, but it's not Abram.
I thought you might have said Abraham.
Oh, not yet. We heard Abraham in one piece, but not again. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God, capital, the Almighty, capital. Walk in my presence and be blameless. Between you and me, I will establish my covenant and I will multiply you exceedingly. More shit. He already said that your people are going to be foreign strangers in their own land. You told him that he had all these people, so he already knows this, right?
Yeah.
So I will multiply you exceedingly. You're already going to heaven. This is a new thing or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, God was just striking me with lightning for calling him a fucking nigger. When Abram prostrated himself, I guess it's like bowing or some shit.
Yeah.
God continued to speak to him. My covenant with you is this.
I'll cut my weenie off.
He already has my other covenant with you, you mean, right? You are to become the father of a host of nations. What brought this on? Was God just sitting thinking about shit and was like, what else can I do that's fucking retarded? No longer shall you be called Abram. Your name shall be Abraham. Wasn't Ham the son of Noah that was gonna be the Canaanites to be slaves to the other two brothers?
Ham was the slave to the other two? That sounds about right.
That's what... Oh, cursed be Canaan. So now Abram is living in Canaan. So the youngest brother, Shem and Japheth, is the one that didn't see Noah's dick. Noah, a man of the soil, was the only fucking man. So the only man alive besides his sons. A man of the soil, was the first to plant a vineyard. Between him and his sons, so what? When he drank some of the wine, he became drunk and laid naked inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father's nakedness and told his two brothers outside about it. Shem and Japheth, however, my name is Japheth, took a robe and holding it on their backs, they walked backward and covered their father's nakedness. when Noah woke up from his drunkenness and father abuse and learned what his youngest son had done to him. Motherfucker, I didn't know you were gonna be naked.
Yeah, I came in and
So this is the whole this is the story of abuse, right? That the original person is blameless. Your father is blameless. My father is blameless. Everybody's father is blameless. And it's our faults that our fathers did bad things to us.
yeah.
That is abuse. Gothics. Ooh, I'm so gothic my skin is black. I like the balls to have that fucking response that's so ignorant, so unthought out. So when Noah woke up from his drunkenness and learned what his youngest son, Ham, had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves. Shall he be to his brothers?" He also said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem. Let Canaan be his slave. May God expand Japheth so that he dwells amongst his tents of Shem. And let Canaan be his slave." So now we have the person who is God's favorite because he's talking to him left and right and center, that you're going to change your name from Abram. He lives in Canaan.
Okay.
Change your name from Abram to Abraham. The name of his... You got a piece of lint or something in your... Call yourself after the dude in Canaan who's supposed to be the slave. His descendants. And who is he the descendant of? We were reading it yesterday or the other day.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, baby.
Canaan, Cush, and we know Cush is a real place. It's so, if these are places,
God, I'm drawing a blank there, baby.
So the descendants of Ham. Maybe these are like the names of places. Because remember, there was one that was named after Lot's father. They went to a place that was named after Lot's father.
Yeah.
Or something like they shared the same name. Like Canaan, father of Sidon. Like, is this the story of conquering or something? Nineveh. Oh, that's a... Cush became the father of Nimrod. But I thought Nimrod was a person, not a place. This shit is... So, Ham. The descendants of Ham is Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. But where is... Canaanites spread out so that the Canaanite borders extend from Sidon all the way to Gerar near Gaza and all the way to Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah. But who did Abraham come from? The descendants of Shem... to the city, blah, blah, blah. The line from Shem to Abraham. So this isn't even, Abraham isn't even in Ham's line. It's like chaos. It's absolutely fucking chaos. So Abraham comes from Shem. Even though...
Comes from Shem.
Even though Abraham is in Canaan, now we have to call him fucking Abraham. What are you thinking about?
Abram and Abraham, son of Ham, but that's not the case. So you can't. It's not.
Yeah, he's not son of Ham or descendant of Ham at all. He's the descendant of Shem. Abraham. So why then, or maybe Noah was just cursing and it didn't mean anything? Even though the Canaanites were conquered at some point and became, from what I understand, became like the Jews, the Israelites, whatever, they're fucking slaves. As they, they took the women and children, lamentations of the dead men. Could we open the window a tiny bit? Or for at least for a little while?
Yeah.
You're leaving?
I would like to go deal with that bread real quick as well.
Oh, okay.
It'll just take a minute. I won't be gone very long.
Okay. Should I put BRB up? Should I start showing my tits on the internet for some fucking recognition? Should we start chapter 17 again when you come back? Yeah, because it's only
Yeah. I'll be right back, baby.
Okay. I love you, miss you, One Piece. One piece of bullshit. Ugh. Let's see what's going on the internet. Oh, it sounds slick, but it has no meaning, right? Fucking doo-doo head. Oh no. Oh, we didn't post the fucking thing, husband. God damn it. Ooh. Fucking duck face. Dudes who make duck faces like the gayest thing.
Did you want to have a twirl?
Yeah. Is it touching that? Is that okay? Is it good?
Yeah.
Clean and whatever?
Yeah, I cleaned these on the reg.
And boil them? We didn't post the live stream thing.
Did you do it?
Yeah, just now. Not that it fucking ever matters. Who are you? A GFX artiste.
Should I grab us some?
More milk or
Tea?
yeah.
Or water? What would
Oh, T.
Okay.
Oh, you look so serious. What's Troontown? Voice of Naruto? Greek dub? Toontown Online. It's not even up anymore. Oh. Thank you. It looks like you're new here. I want to leave. You certify that you understand that Toontown is not affiliated with Walt Disney. I don't give a shit.
What the fuck? What did you get into? What?
I was looking what that Toontown is. Mm-hmm.
Should I turn down the heat?
Yeah, please. I ain't agreeing to shit.
Shut that. That is a cold.
Feels so good. Fine.
Want to go for a few?
It's like another minute or something.
Yeah.
I'm in such a fluster from all the stupidity that I'm boiling. Did people like love this so much that
What's I'm still not sure what.
it's a game that not a fish said that he wants to play. Not gonna lie, which means every other time you say not gonna lie, you're lying, right?
Yeah.
I hate that shit. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that shit. Oh look, I'm watching myself watching myself. That's pretty crazy. Should I like it? I'm gonna like it. Because I do like it. I like the way my farts smell better than the way most colognes smell. Call me racist, I'll call you a faggot. All this shit. Who cares? What am I doing? This, just in case. There's so much shit up. I got all this shit. Who cares? What is it searching for? What do we have up? There's so much shit up. What is it searching for? What do we have up? Are we ready to read again?
Yeah.
Cucker and smell. These people have weird. I would like to know how they translated the actions and thoughts of others into math. I really gotta maybe like focus on that stuff. And there's just no time. Revolution. I wonder how they're using that word. Anyway.
Yeah, we're ready to.
Okay, I will un-BRB. I will take off my clothes and submit to the Lord my captain. I will slice my son's penis. Ugh. But people, it's okay because Sarai beat the shit out of Hagar. Right? So, when Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am God the Almighty. Walk in my presence and be blameless.
What does that mean, be blameless?
That nothing you do is a bad thing. Even though he fucking destroyed people for wanting to do good things and wanting to be independent and other stuff, wanting to be were curious. That was also a problem. He was like, fuck you, Eve, you stupid bitch. I want to make it so it hurts to get pregnant. But yet Sarai can beat chicks, and Hagar can give I love you, but also I forgot to mention that I made childbirth hard. Don't blame me. What about you being blameless, motherfucker? You ain't blameless. I am the God Almighty. Be blameless. Between you and me, I will establish my covenant, and I will multiply you exceedingly. Why don't you just get Abram fucking pregnant? When Abram prostrated himself, God continued to speak to him. So he waited for the prostration. My covenant with you is this. You are to become the father of a host of nations. So he's not Israeli, he's fucking Canaan. Basically, right?
Yeah.
So when the Jews fucking blah 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 blah. It's mine. No, it belongs to a person that you extinguished. So, like, fuck you. You are to become the father of a host of nations. No longer shall you be called Abram. Your pronoun is no longer he. Your name shall be Abraham. For I am making you the father of a host of nations. What does ham have to do? Is that why they don't eat pork? Because they feel like they're eating their brethren?
Oh, man. Papa, no.
I will render you. What do you render normally? The fat of pork and other things that you cook, but I mean bacon has a lot of fucking fat. Rendering that fat. Oh my god. What was that movie we just watched? The Ghibli one?
Porco Rosso.
Porco fucking Rosso. He was a fucking pig and he said all men are pigs. This guy's named Abraham. They don't eat fucking pork.
Abraham don't eat ham. I don't believe.
Men are scumbags, confirmed. Whoa. men are fat and tasty if we eat them. Women should be cannibals, confirmed.
That makes just as much sense.
Yeah, right? That's the kind of madness that this shit brings. I wonder what Terry thought about this stuff. You can't talk to religious people, though, because they never make any sense. When you try to press them to make sense of it, they get angry. At no point have I ever been able to press until, what children do is try to make sense of the world. We're programmed to do that. But when children try to understand the world, they get criticized and crucified.
Yeah.
When children try to understand the world, what a fucked up system. Criticized and crucified. I will render you exceedingly fertile. What do you mean? He just had 2 kids, I thought. Ishmael and Rishmael or some shit. And why? Why does he get to fucking have this? It's like, have you never heard of a filthy king saying that he's the best? I mean, in England and shit, they're not just fucking kings, they're gods.
Hey, I'm gonna give you a super dick, but I'm gonna need you to cut a little bit of it off.
Oh, yeah, it's like, if I give you 15 inches, you have to give me one of those inches. Fucking what? Oh, yeah, it's like, if I give you 15 inches, you have to give me one of those inches. I will make nations. Oh, you're fertile. I will make nations of you. Kings shall stem from you. I will maintain my covenant with you and your descendants after you throughout the ages as an everlasting pact. So now it's like, it reminds me of that South Park episode where Cartman is like, I want all the superpowers. He's just, oh, but God told me that everything's mine, you know? So of course I have to fight for it. That's a man hearing the voices in his head. His imagination manifest. I will maintain my covenant with you and your descendants after you throughout the ages as an everlasting pact, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. So now again, if God is all powerful, why does he have to say, I want to be your God? Vote for me to be your God and I'll make you fertile. Why does he have to say, I want to be your God? Vote for me to be your God and I'll make you fertile. I will maintain my covenant with you and your descendants after you throughout the ages as an everlasting pact, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. Throughout the ages as an everlasting pact, to be your God and the God.
I won't stop being your God.
The God.
Vote for me.
If he is God, then he is God. This is the God that someone chose. If he is God, they traded. Then he is God. This is the God that someone chose. I will give to you and your descendants after you the land in which you are now staying, the whole land of Canaan, as a permanent possession, and I will be their God. So we have a choice? These people have a choice, everybody has a choice, instead of him being like, man, I guess this does make ancient aliens make more sense. It's like, who was this person? This is how they talk about God. Why? Maybe because it's all dumb bullshit, for one. I would believe that before I would believe anything else. Are you okay? Are you with me?
Yes, what?
Maybe because it's all dumb bullshit, for one. God, now we're gonna call him Abraham. God also said to she, her. To Abra/Ham. Abracadabra. Where does that come from? What does abracadabra mean? The thing's too far away. I'm just gonna use this. Where does that come from? What does abracadabra mean? Abracadabra.
There's like a controversy with Pokemans about abracadabra.
Oh?
Yeah.
Tell me.
It's something like there's some dude who coined that phrase. And he owned the rights, so like he didn't give them up. So after the first Pokemons, you couldn't catch a wild Kadabra. You always had to like evolve it. And sometimes they didn't make that animal available.
So when it was available, it could be available if you just not catch it yourself?
Yeah.
How does that work? Why?
I
That's what they settled in court. I do decree that you can only evolve into an abracadabra. What the fuck?
Like something retarded like that, you know?
I do decree that you can only evolve into an abracadabra.
So I thought it was just some silly phrase some magician made. But it's in this fucking Bible. It says Abra fucking Cadabra.
Oh no, it says Abraham, but Abra, like Abraham.
Oh.
I wanted to know if it was if they were related. It doesn't say abracadabra in the Bible,
fuck.
but I wouldn't.
I thought you said.
I wanted to know if it's oranges are unknown. Second century work of Serenus Samicus, a Roman savant and tutor who became fatally involved in politics. Here we go. Several folk etymologies are associated with the word, from phrases in Hebrew that mean "I will create as I speak." Folk etymologies are associated with the word, from phrases in Hebrew that mean Abraham. I'm creating as I speak. Stories. Magic. Everybody.
You're just making it up.
Everybody is so. There are so many people enamored with the stupidity of these contradictions that people go to war and die
over this shit.
Yes. These contradictions. You were doing so well yesterday. War and die
over this shit.
Yes. You were doing so well yesterday. Or Aramaic, I create like the word. Latin or fuck Latin and Greek. It's Greek. Abraxas, or its similarity to the first four letters in the Greek alphabet. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta. It's using words and it's speaking words and making them true. What was I talking about earlier today? That it's to speak out loud the things that are in, or I guess not just yesterday, but all the time, to speak the words that to speak what's inside is a powerful thing. That's the only way to communicate with someone else. It's the only way to become, to have that bidipole of inside outside. Our outsides, where we exist on the outside, is not non-verbal. We are verbal, right?
Yeah.
It is a thing that we can do, so we should, and explore what saying words, its effect on everything.
Yeah.
People are writing these fucking words. Probably they used to speak them when we were reading Plato.
Yeah.
How important poems are, that people don't know. Is something wrong with your eye?
Yeah, I feel like there's like an eyelash in it.
Do you want me to blow on it or look or something?
No, I think I'm getting it, Ruby.
Okay. Do you want me to blow on it or look or something? The poems that were spoken and that traveled around the area of Athens and elsewhere, where Xerxes from?
Persia.
Persia, all the way to the Aleppos and the Syrias, and Persia. It seems like the origins of conversations between two people derived originally from poems. That, which came first, chicken or egg? That's not really tellable or knowable, whatever. But they're when there were poems, people were using that to have more words to describe how they feel in situations because the work was done for them. A situation or feeling was given words. They feel it. The poet, whatever, tried to make people feel something. Sorry, my throat's itchy. We don't have water. Whether right or wrong, we don't have water. Which I think a lot of it is wrong because Plato proved that. There were too many contradictions in the things people said versus what things are. So he had to now say words to contradict other words. He had to speak words to try to communicate an understanding of truth for himself, for other people, trying to bring people together to discuss it. It's not like he knew something absolutely. We could tell by Temperance, because that story did not end with a conclusion. It was just like, well, we don't know, so see you guys tomorrow. It was just like, well, we don't know, so see you guys tomorrow. There's a power in words. Instead of people finding the strength of words, the origins, they connect themselves to words that already have strength. Like the Bible. It's been around for thousands of years. That doesn't mean that it's good. It means that it's less evolved than what could potentially be in evolution now. That my favorite person, it seems like so far, throughout all of history, besides you, and not in the sex way, sex withstanding, right?
I think that's the word.
Plato. If I were to have anything close to what people call something that influences them, or if they're a fan of something, it would be Plato. But I know that Plato had a limit that I can exceed based on the time that has passed and what I can learn further from him, or further than him, because more things have gone on since he's been alive.
Yeah.
Oh my god, throat's so itchy.
More things have gone on since he's been alive.
So there's still not the same kind of reverence for Plato that people have for the Bible. And Plato made the most sense I have ever heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or I'm impressed by the things that, you know, there's like Kant or whatever where they say a lot of words, but it could have been condensed if maybe it was the time they couldn't condense it or something. It seems so convoluted. But once you get over that, it's simple stuff. I think, therefore I am, just like fucking Descartes. And the means by which you can know this. There's different angles, a lot of chaos of justifying things and knowing things and thinking things and contradicting what other people have said. Kant was in a place where lots of people were having a lot of word conversations or with lots of people because they were writing it down, they were passing it around. There wasn't church stuff that restricted them. Because, well, Galileo was like in the 1500s or 1600s. I don't remember, but this is like 1700s where people are like, Descartes didn't even get the opportunity to speak as freely as he wanted to. But these people are just blah, 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 blah. So there's a lot of fucking dense words. The point is, I think, that there is a power of understanding with words. We know that because the Bible does it to people. In the Bible, twice, there's instances of God trying to stop that progress. With Babel, it was words. I'm going to spread everybody out so nobody shares the same words. If nobody shares the same words, one person can talk to all of those people, if that's what he sets his sight on, and convince them of something that he wants. You can be the controller of words if everybody's speaking a different language. How that would happen now is like the Tony Robbins shit. Just say the most basic thing that if you want something, you gotta get it. No shit. You know? And that's what we've been reduced to. That's what these stories are. I have the power because God told me. If you want the power, you gotta get it. It's... I have the power because God told me. We can know that this is all bullshit because when we use our words to communicate truth like Plato did, trying to say, well, if this is this, then this should also be this. If there's a contradiction, then this is maybe that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So much confusion to try to unravel all at once while my brain is still trying to figure out who I am in all of it, you know? My nose gets so itchy when I talk. I don't realize, like, I don't think it's itchy when I'm doing other shit, but when I'm talking, when I'm getting my Hitler fucking game on, banging on the podium, my nose gets so itchy. It's probably because of the little mustache. I wonder if... It's probably because of the little mustache. We can know what's true by contradictions. Religious people do not allow themselves to see contradictions. They measure what they know by what they're reading in the Bible, regardless of anything. There's a big problem with that. Because then you don't see nature and the universe for what it is. You don't have the source of measurement. How do we know what's true in what other people say if we can't measure it by something we know is true?
Yeah.
There's not a fucking chance.
Yeah, how do you make that
Even if
the standard of measurement? You know, the thing everybody agrees upon.
that's the problem. I mean, with Pythagoras, they made fucking lines and they measured them. With fucking Archimedes, he fucking measured. With who's that other guy that I was just thinking of?
Tony Robbins.
There is a physical truth to what they did. We have numbers to represent a physical truth, right?
Right.
We can know that one thing is a singular thing based on the factors that we look at. And something in this capacity is one, because it does not share the physical space with other things. Even though we may be living in one house, we are one household, we are one individual and one individual because there is space between us. There's a contradiction there to sameness.
Yeah.
There's a contradiction there with enough work. Everybody, if they look at these contradictions, they can see the differences. If you look at, for example, the Bible, and the Bible has something happen to someone that you would not like done to you, which, might I add, do unto others as you would have done to you. So, Jesus, why don't you tell your fucking piece of shit dad what a piece of shit he was? See, the thing is that Jesus is not this God. Every iteration of God between individuals even are all fucking different. Jesus lived a couple hundred years at least before this stuff. 2,000 maybe. There's been 2,000 years between Jesus and us. Give or take a couple years, whatever. If you put two people who go to the same church, who have the same values, or who have as many similarities as you can come up with, and you separate them, fucking twins who go to the same church, whatever, and you put them in separate rooms, and if you apply physical and you apply only
physical.
I'm trying to think if that's the best route. If you address contradictions between what is known absolutely to be real and what has been told in the Bible, they will have different things to say. They have different conversations with God. There are different understandings of what God means by what's written in the Bible. there will always be two different relationships because it's not the same person or same entity that's talking to every single person. So if that's the case, when you put 2,000 years between people, how similar could it be? When you put 100 years, when you put a nation, when you put a language, when you put 100 years, when you put a nation, when you put a that nail bothering. I feel better here, but the where the nail is, I feel like it's like growing into me, and I come into you. This is the Dave Matthews fart. It smells like shit.
Kurt Cobain in dress smells like teen shit.
Where was I going with that? I don't remember. But the contradictions are fucking crazy. And like address even the contradictions in the book in a paragraph. We have seen contradictions from the beginning of a sentence to the ending of a sentence. You know what I mean? In that thing there has been a contradiction. In that scope. Can you I don't know. Maybe dig that nail out or something? I don't know. Try to put space between?
Yeah, I could do that.
It's probably stupid. It's sharp. And I don't know what to do about it.
Can you get me the clippers that I use? I can.
You're gonna clip my toenail?
No, I'm not gonna clip shit without your.
Oh. You're gonna clip my toenail? I think at some point, because I've always been a nail biter, a fucking nail picker, and it's caught up with me, you know? This probably isn't the first time this has happened, but it has been like the longest time. I mean, you diagnosed the problem. I haven't cut it either, and it feels weird. I don't like it. It probably needs to grow longer. Do you see an issue?
It says on this side?
Yeah.
No, I don't see the issue.
Do you see an issue? Even that kind of hurts. Yeah. Oh.
That could definitely be cut for your wife. Might give you some relief.
It's digging into me. Will it grow back? Keep going that way or something?
That could definitely be. I don't know. It depends on your.
Well, I don't. If you cut it and it grows back even worse, that would suck.
I trimmed that part of my.
Yeah, but mine is different because you have been careful with your. I have not been. I used to, play games and pick at my toes and shit.
I don't think it will come back worse.
Okay, but don't hurt me.
Yeah, baby.
If it comes back worse, I'm gonna be so upset. It'll give me relief. Should I hold that thing for you?
That would be nice.
Okay. Oh shit! I'm pressing buttons that I shouldn't be. Is that good or like this maybe? I also don't know how to clip my toenails. How does anybody learn how to clip their toenails well, you know? I also don't know how to clip my toenails.
From this side.
How does anybody learn how to clip their toenails well, you know? Should I do something else? Oh. My toenails, maybe because I've always picked them, they never grew. Or they only grew to a point. And I just clip them as close to the fucking edge as possible. And then they broke. Do you want me to hold it there maybe? I could go like this. Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want me to hold it there maybe? I could go like this. I can't even see anymore. Well, not here. It doesn't matter if I'm seeing here.
can't even see anymore.
But like my eyes are blind, and now I'm too pregnant to spend that much time down there.
Sorry, baby.
It's okay. I'm scared. Ooh. Ah. Sorry. I'm sweating. Sorry. I'm sweating. At least my toes are still cute. It doesn't look like they're fucked up. At least my toes are still cute. It doesn't look like they're fucked up. Though they were a lot cuter when I was younger. I'm sure everybody was cuter when they were younger. Unless that was that stage of their life where they were ugly.
Oh, poor kids.
But I'm sure, unless they're like deformed. All kids are cute. Their toes.
Sorry, yeah, it's kind of deep down in there, baby.
So it's not me or like my blood or so. So it is growing into my toe.
I think it is a little deeper than.
Shit. So we just gotta get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
Why is it doing that? I remember when you told me about the guy in hockey who had like a toenail that like grew out in the side and you just watched him pull it. I don't want that to happen to me. How do people even know how toenails work? You know?
Yeah.
Maybe people are in so much pain all the time and they don't even talk about it because they're like, oh, I don't want to look like a retard. Like, I don't know how to fucking brush my teeth or... Because people use everything against you. That one dentist, I was like, I didn't even know that I should have brushed my tongue till I was like 20. And they're like, oh, that's why you have shitty teeth. It has nothing to do with your genetics or... What is that? Can I see it? That was inside my skin a little bit.
Yeah.
Damn. Can you touch there just lightly? It still feels kind of numb. Can you push a little harder? Like, give it like a squeeze like that?
Like this?
Like you normally do? Like if you were rub my... I think that has brought me relief. I wonder if that sharp edge was... We're live streaming. We're just talking about my fucking nasty toe. Lick, subscribble, and dibble. Huh? Is gossip?
No, this is God's fault.
Oh, it is. I was gonna say, it's like when it's gossip. Like Wendy Williams, she had her feet. You know, people were like, "Look at her feet. She's in a crazy person home." Well, I could make a lot. Girl,
Can you take a look at your foot again, there, baby?
you want to look at my foot?
Your toe.
You want to look at my toe?
Can you take a look at your foot again, there, baby?
You want to look at my foot?
Yeah.
You want to look at my toe?
You should be a little happier with that.
How do you know how to do this stuff?
I do it to my toes all the time. I had some problems a couple times. But I had one. Made my outside balloon up right here, right where yours is.
Oh shit! Like when I had that thing on my ring finger that one time. Yeah.
Yeah. So I learned that.
That's useful information. You should like make a YouTube video about that. I bet you people like I've watched a video about how to wipe your ass and people were like, I never knew that I shouldn't get poop in my vagina, or you know, I had no idea that that you had to be that clean, or you know. So if that's the case, imagine how like I feel so much relief right now. It was like it was hurting every fucking, even like down here. You know, that whole part is like a little numb. But I think it's gonna get better now. Why is my foot so, or my toe so red?
It might be inflamed and irritated. I was squeezing on it too.
Oh. And now the blood's there like healing or something. Ew, look at that hairy ass toe. How do you love me? I think you're bullshitting. Well, I guess it works in my favor for now. Ooh. Should I clip this just talking about our fucking, I'll make it a black screen and it'll just be us talking about my toe. Like the most interesting video you'll ever, the most informational video. You've got to see this. A trick. And look, wait, I'll put something on there like they do on TikTok, like wait for it.
Wait for it, 80s aesthetic.
Yeah. I'll put like every keyword in it. Okay. So it's Abraham now. Oh, that feels good. And it feels good that it doesn't feel like it's gonna hurt. How does that happen? It's from clipping your toenail wrong, right?
No, I think it.
How does that happen? It's from clipping your toenail wrong, right?
You're. I believe your nail goes down some naturally, and maybe there's too much pressure, and or it grows and irritates, pokes a nerve, but it goes down some. You can trim it, and it just grows back. I think it's just part of a thing that helps keep your nail to your body.
Ew, I feel like that's defective though. That only happens to my fingers when I've bitten my nails. Where I feel like they're growing inside, or I get that inflamed part. Cause like there's a part that grows weird and I always treat it weird and it always has bad consequences.
Can I get that thing back there?
Cause like there's a part that grows weird and I always treat it weird. How to clip your nails in 3 easy steps.
3 easy steps.
Step 1, cry about it. What are you gonna do? Ooh, what's that? It hurts. Or I'm scared of it hurting. Filing. That's so weird. It's like I'm getting a manicure, pedicure. Ooh, that would be nice. Like and subscribe so my dibble could get a manicure. We're going for 18 million subscribers. How far have we gotten? Or we got about 12, boss. We're going for 18 million subscribers. Underappreciated, but that ain't gonna change me. Like you have to come to me. It just so happens, how do people think? That ain't gonna change me. Like That's probably where I should end this. How do people think? It seems like people are so far removed from their reasoning that they can only get reason from other people. They have to be told first what to think. This person has been, and this, everybody, I wrote like 3, this person is a psyop. I was like, Justin Tate's a psyop. Jordan Peterson's a psyop. James O'Keefe is a psyop. Because they are. But it doesn't matter if anybody hired, if they're aware of their psyopness or not. And it doesn't matter if anyone planted them as a psyop or manipulated them to become a psyop. Because what they're doing is influencing people to be dumber. Those people, everybody wants to influence someone else and define what's important. And if they define what's important wrong, at any given point in time, they're a psyop.
They define what's important
Right now, everyone's a psyop because they all have had the opportunity to understand things the way that I do, which is to be self-sufficient in that. To find the source of information. If someone knows something, they had to find it, right?
Yep.
Did they find it in God? Did they find it in aliens? Did they find it in somebody else fucking telling them? No. When it's not crazy, where people had to learn things that we use now as electronics and stuff, like electricity stuff, or fucking how they measured nuclear stuff, or how they measured how to make fucking swords and shit. Temperatures and tempering and cooling and all of that stuff to mask as steel. There were things that elevated information, that elevated those situations. Nikola Tesla, oh, we could have free energy or some shit. Oh, apparently there's somebody who can go to space and another person that can't go to space.
I can ride on my light bulbs.
Huh? Oh yeah, he was lighting fucking shit up with his goddamn energy rays or fucking whatever. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Electric fields.
Electric fields. Dangerous and terrifying, and I don't understand it. But he does apparently, at least to the point he's still alive. If I played with electricity, I wouldn't be alive. If I played with electricity and there wasn't those safety measures, I'd probably have died twice. And my brother also. There was a plug. Yeah, because I did a lot of stupid shit. But I didn't understand, how do you do... We're taught... No. We are naturally inclined to discover. That's what keeps us alive. That's what makes us dead sometimes. It's how we evolved to where we are now. Because there wasn't fucking books. There wasn't fucking Prometheus. But still, the whole
Someone had to make that information available.
Yeah.
Someone had to figure it out.
Someone had to figure it out. And these people are trying to... are pretending that they figured it out. Most men pretend that they figured it out. But there is a reason that they're lacking. The reason... They don't know that this reason is necessary to make these decisions because they're... Men work by their feelings more than they fucking think. Oh, I'm just so logical. That logicalness comes from the feeling that you want to be fucking logical, idiot. So anyway, without... I don't remember what I was talking about that. Without the information of measuring fucking outside, inside, looking at all these contradictions, looking at all these two things that you think... It's hard, it goes both ways. Just like butt sex. It goes both ways. It's like butt sex. In the outside world, there are things to measure that allow you to see them with all of your senses, sense them with all your senses for what it is. I am me, I am standing here, and I want to get to the tree. Me, and the distance between me and the tree is the information that you learn from the contradiction. Tree here, me here. How long is it from there to there? With the inside, when we're it's not what you did. There's like a little sharp pain over here now for some reason. Maybe it's just like nerves healing or nerves just still doing the same thing. On the inside, in our minds, there are things that seem like one whole thing. It is what it is. As so that in comparison, people don't know that there's a distance between the tree and the self. They don't know that there is a measurement between two things. But when you see the contradictions and you begin to measure one thing by its contradictions, it reveals itself as more than one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If someone, I'm sure someone would say there's no difference between love and hate. You know?
Uh-huh.
If you don't know to measure good and bad, you can't see the contradiction in what that is. You can't then you're not smart enough to even know that different words are supposed to depict different things. You're not smart enough to look and see how people before us didn't have such a nihilistic fucking view. They explored their insides and then gave it words, as opposed to being given words before you know what your inside is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, something contradictions. Something. I only know abuse because God doesn't. So what's abuse? Is it abuse if a guy cuts his child's dick? So now we're going to get into the realm of who controls what. Because yes, it's a problem, but it's not a problem when the rabbis bite baby dicks off. So if you're not, I would imagine, I wonder if you're not Jewish and you bite the foreskin of your baby off with your teeth and you tell the fellas at work and they tell their wives, because you know we're gonna fucking try to do something about it. You're like, what, is he Jewish or something? Even if, so he's not Jewish. And they go try to tell some fucking police people or something that or CPS, that not only did this man have a baby penis, his son's penis in his mouth, but he drew blood and removed a piece of his skin.
Mutilated.
Well, I'm trying to not use words that evoke feeling. Just trying to keep it as straight as possible.
Okay.
What will CPS do as an authoritative body who can't be racist and can't do this, but also this? Will they ask him if he's Jewish? Well, or are you a rabbi? What if no, because every man is a rabbi, technically, I think, in his own home. So if he wanted to bite his fucking
Are you a rabbi?
child's dick,
No,
whatever.
every man is a rabbi.
What would happen if he was Jewish? It's like, well, you can't do it without, your people's protection, the silence, because nobody says anything. It's okay. Since nobody's calling the police during a fucking bris or whatever they call it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Since nobody's calling the cops or child protective services, quote unquote, doesn't get involved.
Some sort of sanctioned thing.
Yeah. So what happens if he's not a Jew? Does he get to... What if he doesn't want to declare even a religion? What if he does? It's like, I did it myself because I wanted to. Or, well, the Jews do it, so why don't I? I heard that it was cleanly, and I heard that the best way to do it is with your teeth. Because he heard it from a Jewish guy.
Yeah. Could I have some...
How will anybody deal with all of those contradictions? But it didn't happen. Are you sure? With all of those contradictions. Is there not similar contradictions that happen all the time where, oh, we gotta take this to the Supreme Court. Should we teach black kids how to read? Should we fucking tell women what they can do with their bodies? Should we tell them that they can't buy a service that's offered? Should we tell people that prostitution is bad, but also fucking this is bad? And it's like, so I heard, I was looking at the Shelly Zhang, because we still are, she's in our feed or whatever. We're still subscribed to her dibble.
Some Asian?
The chick from China Uncensored.
Oh, Shelly McBelly, yeah.
People were
Asian
talking...
Uncensored.
Asian undressed.
That's after hours.
Something about how TikTok is trying to... they want to be able to influence people, and the government's trying to say we should ban TikTok and all this stuff. So their only solution, government is always just to take people's freedom away to do that thing, to choose. Because they're too stupid to choose, yet they couldn't choose to prevent shit like TikTok from happening. They don't know what's wrong with this. They don't see that the American government does the same fucking thing. So the best that they can do is just use their power to stop people. That is so fucking retarded. That's so ignorant. That's so destructive. That's why there needs to be the authority of someone who can get it all fucking straight and start teaching people how to keep everything straight so that there can be more people who can help delegate things. You know what I mean? I mean, these people, instead of listening to reason, instead of knowing what is right by comparing and contrasting until a conclusion that suits everyone can be realized, they take these positions of anger and this is what I want, and using whatever means they can to get it, and bitching about what they don't have, and it's an entire fucking immature shit show. It's that was the Animal Farm, the things with the children on the island.
Lord of the Flies.
It is Lord of the Flies everywhere. Nobody knows what's best for themselves because all they are is the opinion that exists and has been manifested from a whole shit ton of contradictions. How do you balance who you are, what life is, what's expected of you, what you lose, but the survival of opinion. Opinion has become fact in their perspective, and they can only reason it by not doing agathoptics, by not keeping themselves whole in the present and being aware of the present, by not knowing not understanding their own emotions, not understanding what they're responsible for, not understanding how their wants and needs are contradicted or how it contradicts others, and they don't know the difference between fucking men and women. They only say what they should be. Both sides only say what they should be. And it's only two sides because that's the way it's always gonna be. It's gonna be fucking a strong force and a weak force. And they're gonna fight and fight and fight and fight about stupid shit until they accept me. I hate that. There is not a single person. I am the top researcher. How do people? I am the foremost expert. What was that term?
Subject matter expert.
I am the subject matter expert of the human self in relation to everything. Right?
I would say.
Self in relation to everything.
I feel like this is the dialogue. Right? And I said this, and then he agreed. Very much so. That is true, Socrates.
Yeah, except I'm not really giving you do you agree with this? It's like, you agree with this, right? I'm Socrates, but with a tiny mustache in the middle of my cleft. Hitler tease. Sweet boy. You've been laying there like a little like a little beaner. You know how they say, like, I don't know, Mexicans take breaks? I don't know if the stereotype is Mexican takes breaks, how do you explain the cartels, you know? You don't get the contention.
I can verify that there are groups of Mexican construction workers that will, at lunch, fucking sprawl out, take a nap, not do work for like 2-3 hours. But they'll be there after fucking work. Like, you're leaving and them fuckers are still working. I don't find that lazy. I think that's because they still get the thing done.
It's a different... It's
time management system. They're just like, well, we're fucking not doing things for 3 fucking hours and we'll pick it up later.
It makes sense. Who says that the way the rest of them do it is good? You want to get back to your wife, those other people that want, there's different priority. Anybody should be able to work at the pace that suits them, because that's the only way that the work is most efficient. It's different when, like, things don't get done. Or things get done poorly. And if people would do this, let people work at their own pace, you can study what comes out the best. You know?
Yeah.
Let people work at their own pace. You can
But when you force shit, you don't learn nothing.
what comes out the best.
I think when these people siesta,
But when you
I
force
think
shit,
they-
you don't learn nothing.
the smart ones try to take lunch a little later instead of like directly at noon.
Because they're
'Cause
there
that-
for longer, right?
Well, then they'll sleep through the hottest part of the day.
It does seem stupid to, especially in places like the Midwest or in the mountains where it does.
So you
seem
eat, you get
stupid
sleepy anyways.
to-
You might as well
Mhm.
sleep through the hottest part of the day.
That's such a good natural order. It makes sense.
These fucking lazy Mexicans.
But also, living your life so, I mean, how close are we to like the abusive conditions that forced these like South American countries to the level that America and Europe and shit were. They fucking worked them like slaves in a mine. The people had lifted other people to control those people, and that's how their economy works, or the social structure works, you know?
Yeah.
It is all man's ignorance, and man's ignorance needs a good culling. It
Not
sucks.
the men's ignorance.
Yeah. There's nobody, it is never a good idea to fucking lay waste to someone because there are gonna be people who hurt about it. The only way you're gonna control guns is if you wake the fuck up and become smarter so that other people can be smarter. I was thinking like the fucking guns, gun control, fucking everybody's like we should have guns, we should not have guns. Both of them suck and are stupid because there's gonna be bad people with guns.
Yeah.
If you get rid of your guns or whatever, there's still gonna be bad people with guns. And there's still gonna be military with guns. It will just be more controlled to fucking government. And really, the gun fucking shit for everybody else, you're not gonna shoot at a corrupt cop. Your guns are useless. But also, like, blah 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 hunting, lead is not a good fucking thing. We don't fucking have lead in our paint. We don't have fucking lead in our pencils even. So why are we putting it in fucking meat? That's retarded. Both motherfuckers deserve no power because of their bad decisions and the fucking government with the TikTok shit. Just take shit away or don't take shit away. Nobody understands how deep this understanding goes. It's not a government body that controls what the opinion should be. There is a truth that is understandable when people put the effort into understanding it. But that takes... What stops that is abuse. A lot of people, they just want what they want. Because they want justice and judgment for the abuses that they felt. Everything is unjust. Everybody wants justice. And they don't know what that... It's kids that want something for... It's like... What's the word? Pain. Hurt. Hurt is currency. right now. If you've been involved in an accident,
Call the Texas Hammer.
yeah!
I'm also the Texas Hammer.
I'm also the Texas Hammer. That's so pathetic. You gotta stop. I don't want to give you attention, pissy boy. Oh, he just fucking rubbed his face on my finger that I was poking at him to show him. Look at, I'm not happy with you, and you're fucking rubbing up on me.
Oh,
You're about where's a fucking get seesawed. But Craven. This is not a game. I've strapped a bomb to you, and if you piss one more time on my floor, it will go off.
the only way to get it to not detonate is to never piss off again.
Yeah, we've raised it up a level. There is no escape from my fucking seesaw.
Can you live your life without pissing on the floor? We'll find out.
There is no escape from my fucking seesaw.
Got 17 more years of this shit. Or maybe forever, right, Craven? Do you think you can enjoy life enough to live forever?
Or maybe forever.
Oh yeah, you love licking your dick, don't you?
Do you think you can
You'd have
enjoy
even
life
less stress
enough
if you
to
stopped
live
giving us
forever?
fucking stress.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have to chase you off the bed.
I wouldn't have to fucking... Ah! Whatever that constitutes as.
You can come
It's not really a
hang out
scream.
and be comfy on the legs. You gotta stop pumping.
Hey, you gotta
You can hang
stop being
out.
an enemy.
Yeah.
I'll figure you out one day, little fucking fucker. I've been able to thwart him normally from being weird, but he still has like those triggers. There's something about when we were playing with that pogo stick. What is that? The back scratcher.
Yeah.
And him getting the excitement of hunting it and moving it around in like the mound of blankets that excited him too much, and it still affects him. When he's sitting on my lap, he's fine, but if I end up moving, he goes nuts. I'll take my hand and I'll move it under the blanket, and he'll,
Yeah.
But as soon as I take it out and do the same movement without the blanket on top of my hand,
Yeah.
he stops. He's disinterested. So I just gotta not do those things. Fucking. Oh man, how fucked up do you think kids are who drink nipple juice until they're like 14? It's a good thing. Like, what if I just what if my titty milk, you can use me like a cow. I'll eat grass and you can milk me, and like my milk will be good for you. You don't have to suck it. Well, you should suck it straight out of the titty, but what if we also give it to the cats? Give it to the fucking the kids or something. We could get one of those pumps. Man, taking a piss in the morning, you strap me up. Fucking, we get our morning milk. Make some fucking cereal. If I drink my own nipple juice, am I a cannibal? Am I still vegan?
Where's the amplification of the stuff you get in? You know?
My body doing something. Converting things.
Yeah, how does that work?
I don't know, it's terrifying. And being that these babies aren't out yet, it's even more terrifying. It's like, does my body know how to do all these things? And when is it going to do the things that I thought it was supposed to do? My boobies I don't remember how my skin felt when I wasn't pregnant. Almost said in heat. Oh shit! We're still on abracadabra. Sorry. What did you say? Oh shit! What were you gonna say before I...
Abracadabra, sorry.
I'm not sure. I remember what your boobies felt like prior to some. Yeah, I think.
Like ham? Like Abraham?
Like Abraham.
Abraham Cadabra? Touch them right now. Do they feel like they did before I was pregnant? Abraham Cadabra? Touch them
No.
right now. Do they feel like they Well, that's good. Before I was pregnant? But they feel about regular, right?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, that's good. I barely felt that. Like, I don't know, my senses are...
I felt it in more than one place.
Where did you feel it? In your nose, like when I get upset?
No, it was.
I feel like my mustache is growing in.
It was my,
Where did you feel it? Oh. In your nose, like when I get Yeah?
yeah.
It doesn't take much, does it? That's such a good thing. I feel like all men should. The best thing to do is to save themselves for one person, but also women have got to, like, if you're gonna have sex with a dude, if you're gonna make him come, then, like, you have a responsibility to love him forever, because he's gonna, it's like a puppy. If you choose to get a puppy, you gotta love him forever, right?
Right.
You're making a commitment. So why is it not the same for husbands? With husband, like, they'll be with you forever if you make them come. Right?
Yeah.
I think every boy's first love is, and maybe you should let your puppy choose you. Don't people like going to the pound and like, oh, which one fucking speaks to me the most?
Yeah.
That's how you should get a boyfriend. Everything else doesn't matter. Yeah, you could be disappointed that he's got weird teeth or fucking he's fat or fucking... But listen, when you're 30, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm so glad I didn't do what fucking the rest of them did, because I would be lonely. These women are fucking lonely, and the closest thing they got to a boyfriend is the taxes they pay to the government.
You didn't get to have the experience of living your life with someone else you love.
And oh man, I wish, as horny as I was when I was a kid, I mean, I wouldn't have met you because we didn't live in the same place, but if I could feel, if I would have saved my horniness for you, like, I would probably feel like you do when I touch you. I feel like I lost a part of myself. It sucks. A thing that I don't get to share with you, but you're sharing with me. I don't know. A thing that I don't get to share with you, but you're sharing with me. Shouldn't have been a hoochie. That's all. Look at this peepee. That's all. That cat's not there anymore. That apartment is not my grandparents anymore because they're fucking dead. What do they got to show for it? A fucking gravestone? Like, it feels so gross to have my family in, like, a public space that anybody can go to. That feels like a vulnerability to me. And it is. Because listen, my feelings are the most logical. I am the manifestation of Vulcan, except I'm not a contrary fucking idiot. Oh, I'm so serious, but actually, we're just holding it in until we have fits of rage and mania. Okay. The fuck out of here. So stupid. That's the man's contradiction, though.
fuck out of here. So stupid.
The Vulcan thing's ridiculous.
That's the man's contradiction, though.
That whole fucking series is ridiculous. The fucking the Betazoid, the empath who can't understand people's feelings. Motherfucker, you had to go to college? Then it's not part of your fucking DNA. Like, what do you mean?
And she outranks the guy who makes sure your ship doesn't fucking blow up and make sure it goes
Please.
forward.
Please. O'Brien, I order you to let the enemy kill us. That could happen.
Please. O'Brien, I order you to let the enemy kill us.
Oh, well, everybody outranks O'Brien. Geordie LaFour, I order... Hey, Data, I order you to fucking give yourself to the Borg. Because I think this will be the best. We'll trade your life for amnesty or something with fucking the Borg. They'll leave us alone, and if we give you him, will you leave us alone?
Amnesty or something.
Give him to the fucking Romulans. If we give you Data, will you leave us alone?
Seems like a good trade to me.
I think Michael and Richard should really... I think it would be best for them. They could evolve past this stupidity if they sink themselves into that hurt until they realize it's not worth hurting for such a stupid show. That yes, your history is a lie, and so is mine, but now you're free. Now you can move forward and be better than this bullshit. It doesn't... time...
Now you can move forward and be better than this bullshit.
It's hard to be so militant about my belief that if people did the best thing, that we could live forever. If you want to live forever, you can live forever. If you want to make up that time, you can make up that time, because you can never be a kid again. But maybe you can't. I don't know how it's gonna work. If you can't, though, you may not have the ignorance of being a child because it's your second iteration of exploring yourself and what you like. But in a way, people, if I could only know what I know now, but I can go backwards. It's the same thing, but more logical. To go into the future and you are that kid who knows something new. Sorry, I got a fucking hair booger and it fell out of the ashtray. I don't like it because it looks like bugs. Ew, there's like 20 of them in there. I hate that. What do girls do when there's hair all the time? They just... I'll vacuum it later. Do they do it outside? I don't know what people do.
Stick it under their...
How do they clip their toenails? Ew, they eat it. Husband. And maybe the enjoyment of exploring something with this newfound freedom and this newfound intelligence, this newfound closeness of feeling. That's like the hyperdrive of life, where now you can explore something even better. You're more savvy. You're not gonna be. You won't get fooled again. There are things in life to explore. It may not be movies anymore. Yeah, you watch the silly things once in a while or whatever, but now you like gardening instead. Maybe you like jet fuel integrations or some shit instead, you know?
Yeah.
Take all the bullshit for... How can I turn Star Trek into something that makes sense? Write a book about it or something, you know? Something that gets closer to the truth. There's so many things to explore instead of liking something that makes you just as retarded as it.
Yeah. This weird participation instead of being active.
Yeah. And the point is, it's not just enjoyment. You got to get smarter because people are trying to kill you. There's always somebody who, if Russia exists, if America has an enemy, that's inevitable. You can't just be like, oh, well, it'll never happen because blah, blah, blah. The world is burning around you and you're... Note to self. A red letter meme of this is fine, but they're all watching a movie. Or doing a something. I don't know. Something that they do, set it on fire. And they're going, this is fine. Maybe it sounds like
Rich
Jay was...
It's Rich Evans. This is fine.
Oh, yeah, we were watching the thing. It's fine.
We can put...
Or Richard.
So there's... You know, they got the couch set up. That camera. There's usually
in the half in the bag thing.
When they're watching.
Oh, when they're okay, yeah.
Watching movies when they're on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
In the half in the bag thing.
Okay. And set that shit on fire.
Yeah, maybe put
one of Richard's like putting his hands in his face or something, or just a funny look and flames around. It's fine.
Yeah, the studio around them is on fire. Like
just a funny look and flames around. It's fine.
Like the flames, you know, this is fine.
Yeah.
And maybe even give them like the body of that dog.
Oh yeah. Put or just give him like the ears and the nose or something.
Yeah. This is fine.
or just give him like okay. And the nose. Well, now we have a thumbnail for tomorrow. Almost. Knowing's half the battle, says G.I. Joe. But also knowing half
there's still half a battle to go.
It's not a battle. It's half. It's doing the thing. It's thinking of a thing and doing the thing. And thinking is half the effort.
Oh, speaking.
Oh, this is fun. But instead, look at those cute little puppies just drinking some tea in a nice little setting. Life could be that nice for everyone if they stop giving power to the people who want to take that away. Who are too stupid to know. Listen, thousands of years, people were too stupid to know that there's a way to keep the soil good. You know what I mean? Something that should have been so simple. Between fucking knowing what things to grow that invite good things and bad things, to just destroying shit with war, to not using garbage well. There's so many improvements that we could be making instead of bitching that there aren't improvements and also fucking voting for people who have no intention of making, who don't know improvements because you don't know improvements. So how would you even, I don't know. It's just all fucking chaos, whatever. That system, I guess, just doesn't work. There needs that influence has to be far removed from the stupidity. Just like with Michael and Richard need to be far removed from the stupidity of Star Trek. A person who is president or this or that has to be far removed from the system that allows bad things to happen, or it was too stupid to not nurture good things. If I know how I could fucking fix this or that, when you get in that situation and you have to go through those rat mazes with the red tapes and the it retards your initial goal. You can't get it accomplished in a place where it's meant for things not to get accomplished.
Yeah.
Where people are stupid and pig-headed and spiteful and...
I think that's where that,
Where people are stupid and pig-headed and spiteful and...
It's like a silly saying, you know, what's the opposite of progress?
Regress?
Congress. You know, and we got
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's like abracadabra. Isn't it? If abracadabra...
I'm coming at you.
It's like abracadabra. Isn't it? Is the beginning of words for Greek. If it means I will create as I speak. Why is it I will create as I speak? Because someone realized... Why is it I will create as I speak? Because someone realized... It's probably because people realized that words manifest actions, or words can influence actions, or words can... Words manifest actions, or words can influence actions, or words manifest intentions. All of these things... Words manifest intentions are recognized and then communicated. I create like the word. That's a crazy thing to say. And yet people have so little interest in the words that they say. They don't see how little their words have power. The words that they say. They don't see how little their... Are they playing? That's kind of neat that they have those, well... Or maybe Socrates is just trying to sit there.
Socrates is just a loudmouth, I think. I always got.
But he's still fucking with him because he's sitting there, right?
Yeah.
Socrates
I
could
don't
be
think
anywhere
he's
else,
that
right, sweet boy?
upset about it.
But he's still fucking with him because he's sitting there, right? Yeah. If you fucking jump up there, is the lock on at all? Probably not. He's Socrates. Why are you back here now? Maybe he liked it and then he didn't.
Yeah.
Why are you back here now? Maybe he liked it. Even animals have their own words, right? Their words equal the tone. Even animals.
Their feelings.
And yeah. It's a feeling, it's a tone, it's an intention. I want to make you feel scared, or I have no choice but to tell you that I'm scared. Make you feel scared, or I have no choice but to tell you that I wonder how people begged. There was a lot of violence. I mean, there still is, but it was like more all-encompassing, I would imagine, right? Still is, but so how many? There was probably a lot of people who were scared.
Yeah.
They show in the movies, oh look, they're all dying with honor because they don't fucking talk or whatever. But I don't think people they would either use force or be scared and know that their reaction to, please don't hurt me, begging could have evolved, because there's no begging in the wild.
Yeah.
And yet, fear has a vocal emotion, or the emotion of fear has a sound attached to it.
Yeah.
Things that squeal and moose or whatever, that or animals that are getting eaten, they make noise, fucking whatever.
Don't pull me away.
Animals that are getting eaten, they make noise.
Don't holocaust.
That probably, there's probably a difference there because there's a contradiction in nature and in human, because that noise, though it is also used the same, if we're hurt, we're getting
Yeah.
but that fear and that pain can also manifest itself into a sort of like reasoning to try to give please don't do this to me, I have kids.
Yeah.
Babies cry when there is a pain. And that pain, when they cry, gets 9 times out of 10 or something, gets nourished. Somebody hears a baby cry, they either got a dirty diaper or they are hungry. You know what I mean? Or other things. But those are probably the most natural thing. Or, something hurts. So there's a human attachment to that pain noise, bringing resolution to the conflict. Whereas that doesn't happen in nature.
Okay, yeah.
That's an interesting and significant thing, don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's an interesting and significant thing, don't you think?
Yeah.
Just because, we do all the human nature. I don't know exactly where it fits and what we're talking about, but
yeah,
separating nature, human, and the universe.
Yeah, begging can put an end to the confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
Don't happen in the wild.
Nope.
There ain't no bunny pleading with the wolf.
So when a man hears someone begging, they are mostly choosing to side with nature, because the fact of the matter is there is this new thing that we have the option to choose what nature would do, that I am going to continue to hurt you, or
Or we can communicate and talk how we can make this end.
Even if you have to keep doing it because if you stop, they'll come after you. Say there's like a robber that comes in and he's hitting on me. You start hitting him and he's like, please, I'll leave. Just fucking, he could then come back.
Yeah.
Choosing, you have to be aware that you choose nature when you continue to hurt after someone begs. How deep into nature does that go versus how unhuman that person becomes? take fucking Netanyahu or something, who take the people bitching about the fucking these people are dying. So you're gonna tell people to stop telling you that people are dying and they're pissed about it by shooting them or whatever the case may be, hurting them in some way, because they're gonna keep pushing and being aggressive towards you. There's a strong force and a weak force there, where if the weak force doesn't choose the human side, they become less human. With the weaker force, there is no choice but to fight, because the strong force will not stop being the fucking piece of shit that it is. But they just don't know how to do it the best way. How can you convince, listen to me, how can you convince people to stop being pieces of shit? Is Kamala fucking gonna listen to me? Is fucking Justin Tate gonna listen to me? Is Joe Rogan gonna listen to me? Is even our neighbor gonna listen to me? There's a sense that no one will follow themselves.
Yeah.
So that fight will always continue. And the only thing is to get me, fucking Apollo from Battlestar Galactica, well, we don't have to repeat fucking history. Ooh, he's the president. Let's let the Cylons come along. The fighting has to fucking end, and reason has to, the only thing, it's not just let's try again. It'll never work. It's, people have tried it a million times, in a million different ways, mostly violent, that it'll never work that way, where somebody always loses, but, you know, fantasy, people got the fantasy where, oh, let's be equal or some shit. The fantasy of equality is irrational, because
there is a difference between men and women, so they cannot be.
There will always be strong forces and weak forces. To say that the forces you want are equal forces is not true, but we have to come to terms with those things and choose the best thing. For example, men have to choose to give women power, to let them know what they want, to be strong enough to fucking take anything that a woman has and just love her, because there is something wrong if she is upset. It is like a compass. Men can solve any problem that a woman has, unfucking doubtedly. But give them a good life. Can you stop fucking Netanyahu from bombing fucking children?
No.
Then what good are you? Sorry, but that's where men are right now. They have to give, instead of seeing it as we are at fault for feeling, they have to know their responsibility as men. If you want to be a man, you can't pretend that the problems don't exist. There is always going to be a problem if a woman or a child hurts. Men, it's hard for them to measure hurt so much. The games they play, I don't have any authority really there, but when they're children, one day they convert and they rebel against children and women. And that's when they're no longer, that's the difference between the men and women in this instance. When the men choose to be against women and children, they're no longer a child.
Yeah, time to be something different.
And the only other alternative is to be a man for women and children, but what does that fucking look like? Sam Hyde, Justin Tate, fucking Tony Robbins, Alec Baldwin, Joe Rogan? I don't fucking think so.
Tate, fucking Tony Robbins.
Because they find strength despite the fact that women and children are in pain. And they are not fighting for something good. They're finding self-satisfaction. That's not a hero, and men have to be heroes to be men. Or else you're a faggot. That's where the gayness in Plato's time comes from. There was a comfortability where these people didn't need nobody to tell them what to do. There was a time of honor people, and now those people, it's a new time, and nobody knows what to do because people aren't fighting the same wars, or there's different thoughts going on. There's an evolution from something to another thing. And who knows how people felt back then? We only know really how people in Plato's time felt about people in Pericles' time. You know? I'm sure there's fucking like, ooh, great battle fucking songs and shit, but the poets were the problem. There's a lot of fuckery going on.
Yeah, when Socrates said that, oh, the poets, they are the ones who speak truest of wisdom.
Yeah, and
what the fuck?
He's talking to the audience. He's got to meet them on their level, but also that's what keeps him behind. That's why he couldn't answer those questions in Temperance. Things of that nature. Slowing him down, but he's got a lot of shit to worry about, you know? You can't just rebel against everything right away.
He's got a lot of shit to worry about. I think I should bake us some bread.
Okay.
I just can turn the oven on.
Okay. Men have to take control of what's important and not what gay is. Fucking Andrew Tate. Oh, if you like to have sex, you idiot. He's not separating nature, human, and the universe. He's saying that he is, but in the wrong way. If you like sex because it's nature, you are gay. He doesn't understand what fucking motivates people. I think it's his gayness speaking. His reasoning is coming from how gay he is because he looks at himself so much. I bet you are at least 25 times more likely to be gay if you look at yourself as often as Andrew Tate does. The way that he wants to work on himself. He desires to look a certain way for other people, but is gonna have to be for himself if he does it, inevitably. I am become the thing that other people admire or something. I'm trying to be, but people still keep showing him faces of him looking doofy as hell because his face is fucking doofy. He's ugly. His body shape, he looks like an inflatable tube man. There's like a cartoon. No, he looks like that fucking that corporate art with like the weird legs and the misshapen heads and shit. Moving characters and motion, huh? Because his head is so caricature like, and his arms are so long, and he makes these and he obviously understands that he looks like this, and he's self-conscious about it because he tries to he doesn't show himself in a bad light. People find little clips when he's live or making caricatures of how he looks in general that can't be captured in a photograph. But he's really like, I don't know what he used to preach before. Probably politics, or probably fucking like, I didn't rape those people, or thug life, how to make money, multi-level marketing shit. And now he's preaching about having babies. Like, he found something new, obviously, because it wasn't like this before. And he's preaching, and it looks stupid because while you're discovering the world in such a fucking infantile way, you're judging people when you don't even understand the thing you're judging people about. Fucking gets so real. You don't even understand the thing you're judging people about. Andrew, not a fish. Gets so real. Andrew, not a fish. Do we have more chocolate?
Yes.
Do we have more chocolate? I don't remember what I was talking about. There's nothing here for you.
You're talking about seizing the means of production.
Oh, yeah, I should seize all the means of production because things will be productive. Anybody who's... everybody, if they're not already in a position of power, they're sucking dick for something. Either having to ask charity of other people, or crying about something and hoping that somebody takes care of it. Yelling about something. Hiding from something. It's obvious that people want / need to be taken care of. People want / need to be taken care of. I think this means what it seems to me, it's all a lack of knowing how to proceed in life. Finding that having money or fame or some sort of extracurricular activity that you get rewarded for is, and one that you enjoy doing, is the way of life. That's a lot of middlemen in between self-reliance and reliance. Because they are doing these things. They're doing these extracurricular activities for survival. A way to get food. A way to pass time. A way to... What's the matter?
Headache came on kind of sudden. Fell right between.
Is it because I'm yelling?
I don't think so.
Why do you get headaches so often?
do you get
Sure.
headaches so often?
I'm following.
Is it because I'm yelling and you're so close, do you think?
I'm following.
Is it because I'm yelling and you're so close, do you think? Dudes hate people speaking. They'll listen to fucking loud ass rap music all day, but if a woman starts talking, they're like, "Oh, I'm getting a sore stomach." Fucking what's his face? Jason fuckface asshole was like that too. I don't listen to anybody who doesn't speak in the tone of voice. That's men. That's their fucking faggotry. I only like what I like. So if you want to have sex with yourself, if you like what you are the best, you're fucking gay. If you like what you are the best, you're fucking gay. What's not gay is liking someone else the best, who's not a fucking dude. Measuring yourself by them, not your fucking self. Measuring yourself by yourself makes you gay. Measuring yourself by them, not your fucking self. Measuring yourself by yourself. If your standards of living and how you think other people should act is how you act. If it's not about something other than yourself, like it's best when people don't lie, because I don't even know if dudes could come to this fucking conclusion, because that interferes with a child's chance of survival and understanding and stuff. They probably, because if you lie to me, fucking, it makes me angry, or it puts me at a disadvantage. So that's still pretty fucking gay. If you lie to me, fucking, it makes me angry, or it puts me at a disadvantage. So that's still pretty fucking gay.
Oh, that was the preheat beepers.
Okay.
Be right back.
Do you want to kiss me anywhere else? Okay.
Be right back. That means yes and boob kiss.
It was supposed to be a joke. I thought you were gonna choose my face or something. I was just like striking a pose, but my boob does take up a whole lot of space, so you probably didn't even have room to kiss my face, huh? I was just like striking a pose, but my boob does take up a whole lot of space, so you probably didn't even have. Well, yeah, but I thought that you would pick what you want the most. Well, yeah, but I thought that you would pick what you want the most. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Cerberus. Wow, husband.
Oh, baby.
Abracadabra. Wow, husband. So remember in Temperance, when Socrates was talking about an amulet, he said, "You have an illness."
Oh, an incantation or something like that. He said,
"You have an illness." Yeah. So listen, husband.
Okay.
This was Plato writing in like 300 BC, right? Yeah. So listen, husband.
Yeah.
This was Because I think he wrote them before he went on an adventure, but maybe not. Fuck. But it's somewhere between like 300 and like 350 or whatever. So in Temperance, Socrates is saying he learned from someone else that there is a way to cure a headache with an incantation and an amulet. But he needs those two things, right? They never talked about the headache again. Was he still feeling that headache? I don't know, because it's just a play. How did they transition? How did Plato transition talking about the amulet and the headache to talking about temperance? Was it just was it not an analogy for anything? Was it maybe that Socrates was just using the same trickery of someone healing someone with incantations and an amulet, right? Because listen to this. The first known mention of the word abracadabra was in 2nd century AD in a book called Liber Medicinalis. So, I forgot what Liber means.
Like free?
There was like of something. I don't know, whatever. Medical.
Yeah.
Sometimes known as the Medicina Precepta Sublibrimima by Serenus Samicus, physician to the Roman Emperor Caracalla.
Okay.
Who in chapter 52 prescribed that malaria sufferers wear an amulet containing abracadabra written in the form of a triangle. Some dumbass magic shit.
Weird. I create when I speak. Right?
Yeah. Well, that
I create when I speak. Right?
Yeah. Well, that name of the blessed I will create as I speak is Hebrew. I create like the word is Aramaic. So this is two people who are at war all the time, who have the same basic origin of their language. That they obviously used this phrase to maybe declare something, or there's a shared history that you can see from it, that words manifest something.
Yeah.
And this was probably late times, if it's Hebrew and shit. Because then the Romans, by the time the Romans came along, not much of history wasn't manipulated by it. Too much time has passed. Even in 200, that's 200 years before the Christianity thing started with Jesus. They had a heavy fucking hand in how the Bible came together with Jewish Bible stuff. They both would deal legally with what Christians can and can't do. that is obvious by the records that have been kept by that kind of stuff, you know?
Uh-huh.
Hundreds of years before or after Jesus, before Jesus. So now, we're hundreds of years later, and this dude is talking about saying a thing. They know that it's powerful because that's what people were speaking, and poets were people that spread commonalities between people. When there's times of like not much warring, it's not the poet that they're after. This isn't a time where like people just killed like barbarians. They would just go in and kill anyone for whatever they had. This is like big king versus king shit. And unless there's like a severe like racial campaign that we need to kill these people because they're this way or something, and I don't know how many times that kind of thing happened. When people came together because they kept getting attacked by the same, like Xerxes or whatever.
Don't you hate it when the purple people come and
Yeah.
fuck up our stuff? Well, let's take it to the purple people.
These people think that they're better than us. They keep trying to defeat us. Let's fucking kill them or whatever.
Yeah.
These people think that they're better than us. They keep trying to defeat
They don't like the way our penis is cut off.
When the king of somewhere has more votes of the people, instead of it being just the times where like there was like a warrior class versus just other people, I think there's a big difference there. I don't know if it's a time thing or like a cyclical thing. It's just the dumber people are, or the more weak that they've been, the more subjugated that they are, the more close they are as people rather than, you know, king and subjects. It's king and his people. I think maybe it's like has to do with a smaller, a bigger empire wouldn't have that. A smaller herding empire would.
Yeah.
Like, you people are nothing without me. If I go down, you know, he's gonna kill you all.
Yeah.
He's not just gonna integrate you. And you don't want to lose the history you have with me. He's gonna take your homes. He's gonna burn your crops or whatever. And there's always a chance. Anyway. We know that this doesn't work. But because there was such a reverence for words, because it was such a new thing at some point, that intensity carried with people. And people are still under that spell that whoever, that there's magic. I guess things look magical because they don't understand it.
Yeah.
The Romans, it was too, Roman society was too stupid because of what has been lost to war. They don't know how to fucking cure people of stuff, or maybe they never knew how to cure people. Maybe it was
warring to develop it.
Yeah. Maybe there was a way to, because listen, there's nothing in a vaccine or a headache pill or something that doesn't derive from nature somewhere.
Yeah.
There's nothing in a vaccine or head
But you can't get patents on nature
derived from nature somewhere.
yet, or maybe you can. I don't know. That would suck.
But you can't get patents on nature. Or maybe you can. I don't know.
So there are probably known things that people could have accumulated. Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
So there are probably known things
Of how to
people could have
get rid of
accumulated.
problems. Maybe malaria would have never been a problem if there weren't so many people
Get rid of problems.
roaming around all the time. So say that you are a people with, you live near a place that has lots of mosquitoes and you are resistant to those mosquitoes. But now, because everybody is under the Roman Empire, everybody's traveling, going on vacation, fucking having summer homes, doing business in other places, trading. Those people can go to those places, or new people can go to those places who don't have mosquitoes, and then get sick from that mosquito because he doesn't have the resistance, go back to his place and infect the place.
Yeah.
And who knows if people who are now then get sick. Say that trader stays there while he's sick. Now that it's developed inside him as a way to get sick, maybe it can now give it to those resistance people or those resistant people. I don't know how this shit works, but it's very likely, isn't it?
Yeah. I think there's documented evidence of towns being wiped out by various sicknesses.
It's because a guy comes in and gets sick off of, the new water or something, and now somebody's catching his bug. Sickness is a living thing. Everything is a living thing or a reaction. Ugh.
The new water or something, and now somebody's catching his.
I don't know what that was. Or a reaction to a living thing.
Everything is a living.
Strong force, weak force. Or obviously the reaction would be the weak force because it has to have something to react to. And then 3 is whatever the result. It ain't fucking, it sounds like hocus pocus, abracadabra, but it ain't. It's the logic behind that understanding that people tried to bring with them, but it wasn't under. Why do my words cause what it does? I can say a word, like religion. Look at this. This should be proof that shit like the Bible just influenced people because words influence people. It was a space in their brain, just like a McDonald's advertisement, just like a Kohl's fucking advertisement.
That shit like the Bible just influenced.
I was about to
Words influence people.
go again. Why didn't it go down?
Just like a
I didn't
McDonald's
minimize it.
advertisement. Just like a
Oh.
Kohl's
I clicked over there. I was like, don't.
I was about to. People who use words and see results from those words know that they can control people with words. That is the magic of people who go to sleep, past life regressions, fucking
control people with words.
church. Look at me, I'm talking to God in my fucking life.
Oh.
It's all the same shit. And that lack of control from words is shit like Terry. No, he didn't give a shit what anybody fucking said. So he created his own abracadabra shit. That's imagination. We have to imagine what we're gonna say before we say it. Or we have to practice with our imagination to develop language. There's people, we wouldn't talk to ourselves. We wouldn't hear voices. We wouldn't use voices if we didn't have words on the outside. So even those words are fucking abracadabraing people on the inside. But all it is creating a question. Abracadabra is just creating a fucking question. You know what I mean? Even, look at this. Oh no, it's not a question mark. It's an exclamation point.
a question.
this thing. I was like, oh, it's kind of like a question mark, but no, it's,
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Even look at
because
this.
it's
yeah,
pointed down,
It's not a
shine.
question mark, it's
that
actually-
this word
the
every time in upside down pyramid rather than an other kind of pyramid,
yeah.
almost like also like a microphone, you know, like there's one source, there's and now you
Upside down.
and then it goes up to abracadabra.
Almost like
Also like an echo or
you know, like there's one
shit like that, you know, it's like kind of like a neat thing, but it's not a question mark.
goes up to abracadabra. Also like an echo.
So obviously this wouldn't work, but people are doing that now, right?
Yeah.
They're wearing copper bracelets
It
to
got magnetized water.
what? Magnetized water?
Remember, like you pour shit over diamond.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wearing copper bracelets.
Oh, you
It's
say
some
a
bad
prayer
voodoo
and
shit.
this is this because history did it. It's good. It's something that we don't understand. So we should keep, not that we should understand it, but we should do what they do and profit from it.
Yeah.
Not, we don't need to see fucking, we don't have to measure the contradiction of what they were able to do or what they claim they could do and what we can't do. Okay, go put a fucking amulet on some kid in Africa and see if it stops his malaria. Fucking jerk him off, see if you can wake him up.
Right.
The power of the amulet, he claims, makes the lethal diseases go away. Other Roman emperors, including Gita, Severus Alexander, that's Marcus Aurelius. One of the Marcus Aureliuses, I guess. You know why they name themselves like this? You know, it's the same reason why people have, like, you know, Jason Priestley Jr. or something. Why they have the juniors and the seniors. They're trying to...
There's a power in a name.
Yeah! Just like fucking abracadabra, that you know me, or you know this guy as fucking king something, and you know the power that...
He's also the Texas Hammer.
I'm also the Texas Hammer. Oh my god! It's everywhere, and it looks stupid. Just because because this guy has no power. He's fucking fat and autistic. But these other people, like, fought wars. It doesn't matter what they look like. They held fucking some sort of... We did a battle and we won, so I am automatically, like, men found out that's the best way to make themselves look good, I think. You know what, like Alexander, oh, look at me. People remember him as such a handsome fucking dude, and he was so great. The way to beauty is war. That's, I think, what Socrates would, or Plato writing as Socrates would conclude. So instead of doing this abracadabra bullshit, Socrates would find use words to find reason. Are you falling asleep?
Socrates finds reason. Yeah. Just like you would.
You can see these words as power, and you can see these words not working in your favor. Because not everyone can say that these words are magic. I'm not Tony Robbins or whatever. I can't convince people how to, you know, live their fucking lives because everybody's listening to fucking him and other retards. I don't have any of that abracadabra power. Maybe Socrates didn't have that. That's why he fucking died. That's why Plato went against his family, and they didn't kill him, but obviously they didn't fucking let his reason have any influence on the government.
Yeah.
they didn't kill him, but
Fucking
Oh, but voting works.
Your reason destroys my power, so
Yeah.
no thanks.
Just like when he was trying to with Mephistopheles or whatever, what justice and injustice. Justice is the highest power getting exactly what he wants. Oh, God is a matter of pain is a matter of opinion. Everything is an opinion, and fucking the one that I choose is the one that's fact. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, but is it injustice if you do what the king doesn't want you to do, but it's in his best interest? It could save his life. Well, I don't really fucking know then.
Oh, but is it injustice if you do what
it's all fucking craziness.
doesn't want you to do, but it's in his best interest?
There has to be reason to all of this, and this is what Plato and Socrates tried to do. Socrates introduced something that nobody maybe had ever really thought of before in that time. There wasn't multiple people at one time thinking the things that Plato was. Plato probably, because he talks about God, right? Maybe there were multiple gods in... Because Socrates got in trouble, quote unquote. They killed him because of his religious views. Plato talks about God and gods. Maybe because it's around the same-ish, or there was an opportunity for Socrates to know the stories like Zarathustra and Buddha and shit. That it's not, that these stories aren't saying that these characters are experiencing something supernatural. They're giving voice to their understanding. That just like when you watch somebody do a skit about having, like Homer, he has the devil and the angel on his shoulders. It's the same exact thing. So God, in those instances, isn't a character that is spiteful and blah blah blah. It is the absolute truth that can only be obtained by reason. And Socrates probably knew that there was a communication problem, just like there is now, a communication problem of how to convince other people that this is the way to reason. Look at right here. I'm showing you these things that are contradictions in what you do that's leading me to the higher truth. The higher truth that was found in Zarathustra, in the Buddhas, and all the stories where there is good and evil and reasoning for good. And Socrates elevated that conversation because he came after those other ones. Then Plato tried to communicate his understanding of things to people using the language to take out the fluff. But where he had to keep some because people were... That's the only way to communicate with them, you know?
It's by the dog of Egypt.
Yeah!
By Jupiter's cock.
That's the only way to communicate with them, you know?
By the dog of Egypt.
It should be fucking crazy, husband. And it's like the stupider just got more condensed. And because time passed and things weren't solved, understood, applied on a grand scale, and understanding of good, I want some chicken. they
scale and understanding of good.
inevitably would become
They chicken.
they inevitably become dumber because the dumbness compacts. There's like a math equation, a calculus equation that you can do. As time passes,
They inevitably become dumber
what carries in that time,
there's like
if
a math equation, a calculus
consistently the same,
as time passes,
then starts
carries in
bringing the past into the present, thus expanding an inflation of the present with stupid. And it pops with violence. Just like in Socrates' time, just like in Plato's time. A fucking Plato and Dion.
the present with stupid. And it pops with violence.
In Rome, these people were fucking trying to solve malaria because nobody had all of the deeper understandings of things, if at all there, were lost.
People were fucking trying to solve
Or
because nobody had
maybe it never was there, and now Rome just has a lot of dumb people who are attached to a power structure that's collapsible. Simple as that. If there is a lot of fucking people that are under the rule of a lot of people, because Rome had to, there couldn't be one person. They had to split it so that there were two fucking emperors. Right? The fucking north and the south or whatever. Or west and the east. Rome. There was... What are you looking like that?
Are you talking about much later in
Yes.
Okay.
Because of how big it got, because of the time that maybe at one point somebody could hold that much power, but there was infighting all the time. It was always gonna collapse to the point where when you see an opportunity for power because the top is too weak, you are so close to it, and your people are so easily manipulatable. There's an opportunity, and somebody will take that opportunity.
Caesar.
Julie A2 Brutus. So what happened when he died? Did all those people share power?
No.
Well, they fought, right? There was more until what? Until some of them survived, where they only got like some people off the island, or did one person prevail?
There was more until what? Until some of them survived, where they only got like some people off the island.
One person took
one person prevailed.
Rome. Mark Antony was on Cleopatra's side, and they fought with Rome for a while.
So, a part of Rome then tried to join, like, Egypt or whatever, and he got killed.
Yeah.
And she got, like, captured, whatever.
So,
somebody married her.
A part of Rome then tried to join, like, Egypt or whatever. He got killed.
Set to do that, but then was
like, captured,
killed.
Whatever. Somebody married her.
She knows too much.
she got bit by a poisonous snake. The story goes there was a poisonous snake in her room or whatever, and it.
That's fucked. So this is the trajectory of man without reason. Writing abracadabra on fucking amulets. Oh my goodness. And it's still here. If a man walks into a room trying to exert power, he's a faggot. If he rides a motorcycle, he's a faggot. Faggots don't want to be called faggots. Nope. People don't want to be associated with that bad word. So they make it bad. But if you do the thing, I can call you whatever I want. You just won't know what it is. That's abracadabra in reverse. So abracadabra really isn't that powerful. It's just a means of power. And once somebody has it, nobody else has it. Do you know what I mean? So nobody can write abracadabra. That defies, that's the separation. That's where the stupid is. The separation between nature, human, and the universe. Words don't exist in nature, but in growls and howls of animals. And in the universe, there's only loud noises that affect us. A thunderstorm or something, a crash.
Yeah.
The wind howling. So, language is all about us, and we have to make the decision, just like Babel. We have to make the decision to all speak the same language, to build that tower to fucking heaven. Could I have more of that? We have to make the decision to all speak the same language. You could feed it to me off your finger if you want. Wait, but it's got to be closer. I didn't tell you the stipulations yet. You got to sit here and give it to me as I want it. Do you agree, or should I feed myself? You could feed it to me off your finger. I'm Socrates. I'm the sexiest Socrates you'll ever fucking meet. You got to sit here and give it to me as I want it. Do you agree, or should I feed myself? I'm the Uncle Cracker of being unique, but I'm not Uncle Cracker. I'm wife.
Everything is alright, that Uncle Cracker.
Yeah, he's like, you won't find nobody like me. Yeah, well, yes I will. That should be my anthem. Follow me and everything will be alright. I'll be the one to tuck you in at night. Everybody has a... Sleep is like death. You know, darkness. There's, when you don't get to rest, there's an issue.
Mm-hmm.
It causes hysterias and stuff. Having worries when you're going to bed makes it harder to go to bed. So, what is it? But then he says, walk with me, I'll guarantee you won't find nobody else like me. Don't need to be said, you know? But maybe it does. Maybe I am a little Uncle Cracker. You're not making that available to me. Give me it. You pet the cat. I'll dunk my finger that hasn't pet the cat. If this was a little less salty, I would want to... I would lick this off of you. I would slob that knob in every crevice to obtain all of the spicy umami tastes. I would slob that knob in every crevice. Obtain all of the spicy fucking umami. Words are spell. Umami isn't real. Fucking idiots. It's like it's one person casting a spell. That's why it starts with A in the triangle or whatever, you know? Abracadabra. It's one person casting a spell. That's why it starts with A in the triangle or whatever, you know? Abracadabra. Abacadabra. What does Abba mean? I wonder. Is Abba the Norse Abacadabra or Abracadabra? I wonder if there's any... Yeah.
Abacadabra.
I wonder if there's any relation. So that's fucking crazy. I wonder if there's any relation. I wonder, say, and I don't know if this is true, but there could be something similar. A story, I wonder. I forgot what it's called. We have the VHS, it's Arabian Nights or something. I don't know when it was written, but something like that. If somebody read a story where somebody could speak abracadabra and open a mountain a door that has a bunch of buried or treasure inside of it. Why wouldn't someone who the story was passed down for generations and generations think that this story might be real? Doesn't that happen all the time these days?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Bible.
Yeah.
That shit's crazy, isn't it? Think that this story might be real. Doesn't that happen all the time these days?
Yes. Yes. The Bible is.
I mean, look at the Bible.
Yeah.
That shit's crazy, isn't it? Humans are crazy. Like, we're really so far removed from reason. I'm the ultimate contradiction. Humans are crazy. Cause I'm like the physical manifestation of abracadabra. Cause all of the contradictions of fucking magic this and magic that, like me trying to find reason, led me to see that nobody has yet to discover reasoning. Except those few.
The great stinkers.
Yeah.
And boy, how lady do you stink.
I'm the smelliest one of all.
Yeah.
My pussy do be farting. Do we have any chicken to dip in this? I'm the smelliest one of all. My pussy do be farting. Do we have any chicken? Should we do that? We didn't even finish this chapter. Did we at least read one chapter? Should we do that? We didn't even finish this chapter. Did we at least read one chapter? Do we have anything we can dip in the sauce? Do we have any cooked rice? I just need a reason to eat the sauce, all of it. Do we have anything we can dip in the sauce? Do we have any cooked rice? I just need a reason to eat the sauce, all of it. I wonder what would make this taste the most like that yakitori. Would it be just a little more sugar?
It's weird, but the thing that I think helps that is you throw in
Would it be just a little more sugar?
green onions.
Uh-huh.
And that's the flavor that it needs. You cook the onion in that stuff, and the onion imparts this flavor.
In this stuff? The sauce?
Yeah.
There's a denser in this stuff, the sauce? Color. I think to theirs, unless I'm remembering wrong. There's a denser. Do you think bread would go good with this? I feel like not. Do we have any rice crackers?
Oh, rice crackers.
Do we have any rice crackers? Yeah. Do we have any tofu?
I have. I know you're digging the sauce and everything.
Yeah.
I have all the vegetables
Do we have any tofu?
chopped up and ready to go for dinner and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I should make that.
Okay. There's like little jelly-like parts, or the cornstarch, I guess, was denser. Okay. Eating that shit like jelly. Jam. There's like
I had planned on using
or the cornstarch, I guess,
chicken
was
in there.
denser.
We got chicken
Eating
left.
that shit like jelly.
This order here, baby.
Jam.
So I was gonna use the chicken for that, but we could just do a vegetable style and then save the chicken for another time.
Why not have both?
So I was gonna use the chicken for that, but we could just do chicken for that and make vegetable noodle dish.
Why not have vegetable noodle dish?
I told you I was gonna make. It was gonna be like a chicken noodle soup kind of thing. I cut up the vegetables.
Mm-hmm. So we can't have chicken and vegetables in a Chinesier noodle style?
You want it in a Chinese style?
I'm saying that it's possible. In a Chinesier noodle style? What did you mean by chicken noodle? I'm saying that it's possible.
Like
Style. What do you mean by chicken noodle?
Going to be flavored like chicken noodle soup with the carrots and the celery and the
what else
onion
makes it chicken noodle?
Bay leaf
and what's different between that what you're making and chicken noodle soup? What else?
the type of noodles, and it's not gonna be
and what's different?
It's not gonna be.
Between
it's gonna be a little thicker because I'm gonna cook
soup.
the noodles in the broth. And there's a different kind of noodle.
You're gonna cook the noodles in the broth, but there's not gonna be soup.
I'm gonna try to limit the amount of liquid so it gets kind of thick.
So it would be like a chicken noodle stew. You're gonna cook the noodles.
Maybe a stew, okay? I've made it once or twice before. Seemed to go over okay.
Did I really like it? Or did I like it?
I think you liked it.
Did I really like it? Or did How about this? What kind of noodles are you gonna use?
I was planning on using I forget what it's called, the spiral noodles.
What kind of noodles are you gonna use? Are they egg noodles or?
No, like the rotoni, you know. There's like the tri-colored, just the regular.
Do we have anything else? Do we have rice? Do we have vermicelli? Do we have squid ink?
We have rice that I can make. But we got rice.
Okay. Do we have any pastas that we use for Chinese food stuff ever?
Yeah, we got spaghetti and
Do you have a preference? Were you looking forward to having noodles? Chinese food stuff ever?
Yeah, if we're compromising, might as well just make whatever you want, baby.
Were you looking forward to having noodles? Okay, and I'm doing exactly what I want to do,
Okay.
so just answer my questions.
Okay, baby. Yeah, we use
Fucking men, look at you.
And I'm doing exactly what
I'm doing what I want to do if I'm saying it. You know what I mean? Part of self-reliance is also understanding when people are being self-reliant. You don't have to tell me to be self-reliant.
You were asking me my opinions. Like, am I stuck on noodles?
I am deciding what I want by asking you also what you want.
Okay.
That is always my decision, isn't it?
I am deciding.
In the end, I'll pick what I want, but I want more information.
Okay.
What you want.
Don't take me for granted.
That is always my decision, isn't it?
So, do you like the thought of rice or spaghetti kind of stuff? Noodles. So, do you like...
If we're doing
If we're doing... Yeah.
Spaghetti kind of stuff.
If we're having something that's...
Chinesey, then I would prefer rice.
Also, let me... Well, it'll probably be the same then, but let me say that in a perfect world for me personally, taking them onions and frizzle-frazzling them to have like a crunchy kind of different texture thing on the top, really turns me on. Especially, you know, because of onion ring, but they're not in the shape of onion rings anymore. And the sauce and how the yakitori kind of thing tastes really good, but also just flouring them and having the crunchy thing, you know. Onion ring, but they're not in the shape of onion rings anymore. And the sauce and how the yakitori. So if that you consider that, still probably rice. If you're willing to do that for me. Because you said do whatever I want. So if you consider that. But also, you know, that always comes at a terms and condition.
Yeah, cost of time and
Uh-huh.
all that stuff.
So we should do what I want, you know, in regards to the things that...
Well, I can fry up that stuff. It's just gonna take longer.
Do what I want. How much longer? In regards to the things that...
Considerably longer, probably another half an hour.
Why? Because you have to cut the onions? How much longer?
Because I have to do all the process of coating the onions.
Why? Just sticking some flour in the thing that the onions are in?
Yeah, it doesn't. The egg is really what gives it that.
So just cracking an egg in there, mushing it around, putting some flour?
Doing a bathing, you gotta bathe it. It's not that.
Not for little frizzle fries. If you're making onion rings, yeah, then it's like a particular. But these are just coating it in some flour.
Okay.
Not for little frizzle fries.
Okay, I'll make some.
Because they're small, right? They're like little things. It's got to be like a mass-produced thing. Because just individually, fucking, even like some at a time is just will be silly. Because the shit's gonna fall off anyway.
They're like little things. It's gotta be like a mass.
Okay, so
just individually, fucking.
I gotta fry. I gotta decide. I gotta make the chicken first because it's use the same pan.
Fall off anyway.
Fry the things as I do all the other stuff.
A deep frying, you know.
Yeah, I gotta have a vessel to fill with oil to cook.
Oh,
the
okay.
stuff, and then so I gotta figure out since I'm using that same vessel to cook the other stuff.
Oh, I would imagine while the chicken is resting, the onions can get done.
But the chicken is resting. What the rest
I
of
would
the
imagine
vegetables?
while the chicken.
Oh, what about the ref? Fuck!
Onions can.
So that's 3
You're
different.
not putting. But I
Chicken is resting. What the rest of the
fires don't have to have.
Oh, what about the ref?
Thing.
Fuck!
We just stick it in whatever.
You're not
And
putting.
Maybe you want more of that sauce because you'll eat it before.
Then take it away from him. I don't need a whole.
I'm gonna need to make more of this. I have to make more anyways.
Why?
Baby, this isn't enough to.
Enough to what?
Then take it away from him.
To make
I
a
don't need a whole.
use of a full meal out of.
Yes, it is. If you flavor it in a good way with like maybe a little vinegar or whatever, that could just be on the top.
Enough to what?
Or, you know, be like a thing that you drizzle.
Yes, it is. If you flavor it in
It's a
good
pretty
way
dense
with like maybe a little
flavor.
whatever, that could just be on the top. Or, you know, be like a thing that you drizzle.
Or maybe we could just eat fucking dry chicken noodle soup. Sorry. That sounds... If you make stuffing. I want chicken noodle soup flavored stuffing.
Or maybe we could just eat fucking dry chicken noodle soup. Sorry.
Because it's the same ingredients, the celery and the
If you make stuffing. I want
carrots
chicken
and
noodle soup
whatever.
flavored stuffing.
Onions. Bay leaf.
Because it's the same ingredients, the celery and the...
But when the bread could get crusty. That's a sauce burp. I felt like one of the babies burped too.
Chinese food.
But when the bread could get crusty.
Rice. Crunchy.
That's a sauce burp. I felt like one of the babies burped too.
Did you cut celery too?
Yep.
Does celery taste good Chinesey? Can I eat the celery instead?
Cut celery too.
You want it in very small pieces.
How
Celery
small?
tastes good Chinesey.
Chopped.
Can I eat the
Is
celery
it diced too, or is it slices?
Little slices.
How small?
Hmm.
You got no range.
Is it diced
Can you make me a
too,
ranch?
or is it slices?
I think we have the ingredients for it. So.
Well, what if it's like sour cream, mayo, a little zhuzh of this, a little zhuzh, maybe a little bit of molasses, a little onion
Well, what if it's
powder, a little garlic. What?
mayo, a little bit of a little zhuzh of this, a little zhuzh, maybe a little bit.
What
of
if we
molasses, a
start
little
with
onion,
just eating the celery?
powder,
No, because then there's other stuff. Oh, why can't I ever be happy?
I
What
can
if
take the
we
celery
start
out.
with just-
Life is traumatizing. I want to enjoy something.
Oh, why can't I ever be
I'll
happy?
take the celery out. So celery can be gone.
Gone, but not forgotten.
Traumatizing.
Just like
So then
the thin
I should
spaghetti.
make some Chinese food. Yes. With rice,
Gone,
chicken, and the other vegetables.
but not forgotten.
With rice.
Just like
Some
thin spaghetti.
What's the
crackly onions.
what's the other vegetables?
I'm still gonna put some onions and carrots in the other vegetables.
It's celery, onions, carrots.
I'm gonna take
Is
out
there
the celery. No more celery.
which did you chop? Those three? Is there broccoli or yams or something?
Ah,
Is
I have,
there
I have
rutabaga?
chopped those three things.
Okay.
Which did you chop?
Dang.
Those three.
Maybe we should. How long have we been doing this? 4 hours. We only read a chapter. How does this that's fine. Because it's not about this fucking bullshit. It's about what the conversations this bullshit induces. Right? So Sarai beat the shit out of Hagar. That's crazy. So next time we read, it's gonna be we gotta go back to the fucking circumcision. Oh, I've just been putting off this circumcision shit for like 2 hours. That's all.
So next time we read, it's gonna be. We gotta go back to the fucking circumcision.
Every male among you shall be circumcised. Circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and that shall be the mark of the covenant between you and me. Ew. Get fucking bent. That's abracadabra of your dick.
Circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and that shall be the
Fucking
mark of the covenant
pigs.
between you and me.
Fucking cloven-footed pieces of shit. Sorry, so
That's abracadabra of your dick.
life is Duca and Dookie, and I want
Fucking cloven-footed pieces of shit. Sorry, so life is
to eat. You know what? Also, no, because the vegetables.
Put everything in the bag and start over. And I can have.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about what I want with the choices given, because I still can't have a cheeseburger. Can you still fuck all of this and make me a cheeseburger?
yeah, but I'm thinking.
Do we have any relish?
With the choices given?
Do we have any jalapenos?
Have a cheeseburger?
See, so we have no cream cheese. You can't stuff. Because I was watching that thing. I want to eat jalapeno and cream cheese. So, since that stuff isn't available, but we do have thing, I want to dip the onion or the how about we dip the onions or the damn it, the carrots and the celery in a sauce, right? We have the chicken that you make that I really like.
The carrots.
The carrots and the celery.
They're super thin. Same thing with the onions.
That's good. That's my favorite thing. I love dipping thin vegetables into sauce. You won't deter me. Even I thought they were gonna be diced. Even little bits like that, they would just have. I am okay with it. But listen, can you just hear my idea?
Okay.
You won't deter me.
Dip
I
in
thought they were gonna be diced. Even little bits like that, they would just have.
vegetables and sauce. Maybe even the carrots I could dip in there, and the celery I could dip in something else. Who knows? With the chicken, make it the way I like it, and if I want to dip it in that sauce, I can. If not,
What's the way you like it?
how you? It's like that burnt with the sauce and the.
Chinese chicken?
Make it the way
Or
I like it, and
that
if
I
I
put
want
the
to dip it in that
little
sauce, I
bits of
can.
the brown sugar on that you sometimes bite into and
How
a
you?
little bit of
It's
sweet.
like that.
Yeah,
burnt with the
that's not the
sauce.
Chinese one though, right?
No.
Okay, you were saying two different. Yeah, it's the one that you make like the sauce is like the stuff that comes off the pan, and I try to get it before it's too late. It's all sticky, and you put the sweetness on it, and it's good. Like the sweet and the heat and the whatever, the thing that you do. Some of that chicken and some frizzle fries to go with it. No rice, no pasta necessary, no cooking other vegetables necessary. That is my idyllic situation with the things that we have.
To go with it. No rice, no pasta necessary, no cooking other vegetables necessary. That is my idyllic situation with the things that we have.
Frizzle frazzle fry. Or frizzle onion things.
Mm-hmm.
Dipping carrots in this Chinese sauce.
And celery in a sauce that you make.
Another sauce. Not this one.
Yeah, because the celery, I said I wanted them in something else.
A sauce that
In like I don't know, some sort of
yeah,
cream sauce.
the celery, I said I wanted them in something else. In like I don't know, some sort of
And some chicken.
cream sauce. and some chicken.
Is that not relatively easy?
Is that not relatively easy?
Yes, that is relatively easy.
What's your apprehension right now?
What's your apprehension?
That's not going to be enough.
For you?
Yeah, and I don't think that it's
We got bread too.
For you?
you know, supplies are limited, so I like to make a meal that can last this
We
and
got bread too.
at least for lunch next time. I don't think that what we have would be enough to fill us for this meal.
Well, I don't want dry chicken noodle soup. I don't want something so mediocre that just lasts us
Well, I don't
2
want
meals.
dry chicken noodle soup. I don't want something so mediocre that just lasts us
2 meals.
Sign off. I'll go cook.
I don't know how to. What would make it any different?
I don't know how to.
Some rice?
What would make it
An egg?
any different? Some rice?
I'll
An egg?
I'll follow what you want, and we'll see what happens.
There's a lot of
I'll follow what you want, and we'll see what happens.
There's
dramatic things that happen
there's a lot
to me. Not traumatic, you know, because it's just drama queen bullshit. Maybe, but not really.
happen to me.
That
Not traumatic, you know, because it's just
when simple
but not really.
things are combated with
That
such
when simple
desperation to
are combated with such
extend a meal by half a day.
desperation to
We're not in fucking communist Russia,
extend
but it's really fucking feeling like it.
we're not
And it kinda is.
Russia.
But it's like,
Really fucking feeling like it.
where's the point where it's like, okay, you just gotta
And it kinda is.
call for the new stuff a little sooner.
Like
You know, how many times have you put off things just to hold something off by a day?
call for the new
And that
stuff a little sooner.
my enjoyment of something is fought
How many times have you put
with
off
something
things
that's
to
so fucking.
something off by a day?
There's so many times where you put the onions and the carrots and the celery together and the noodle and the chicken.
Something that's so fucking. There's so many times where you put the fucking the onions and the carrots and the celery together and the noodle and the chicken.
You fucking kill spice of life to hold off doing something. I mean, how many times, even when we were well off, did you do that?
Kill spice of life to hold off doing something. I mean, how many times, even when we were well off, did you do that?
Or how many times did your actions cause that? Or cause it so we can't enjoy that stuff.
Or how many times did your actions cause that?
Always wanted to eat something new and tasty and fucking... If we had to sacrifice for it to try different things, then nothing really ever went to waste. Not even that fucking pudding that I made in boiling water. I ate that shit. Most of that shit. Fucking Bindi ate the rest.
Not even that fucking pudding that I made in boiling water. I ate that shit. Most of that shit. Fucking Bindi ate the rest.
You put dead inside, you get dead inside. I'd rather smoke a cigarette.
You put dead inside, you get dead inside.
And when you're not with me, you're not with me.
I'd rather smoke a cigarette.
You're not always going to be with me, but when you pull away that far,
and when you're not with me,
to stretch out a meal by half a day, oh my god.
You're not always going to be with me, but when you pull away that far,
I think
to stretch out a meal
more
by
than
half a day, oh
half a day.
my
We
God.
usually have seconds.
So have fucking 3 meals that I don't fucking enjoy. Even better.
I said I was going to make it
fucking 3 meals that I don't
the way you
fucking
want,
enjoy.
and we'll see how things go.
I know you said that, but I'm trying to express that you pulled to a point that hurts. I said I was gonna do it. Okay, so I don't want fucking anything.
I know you said that, but I'm trying to express that you pulled.
Now, nothing that I can eat right now that will fill the hole that you just created between us. Okay, go make me a cheeseburger then. Go fucking fry up 8 pounds of fucking bacon and then rub my feet while I fucking eat it. Men don't get to define fucking things for women.
Fry up 8 pounds of fucking bacon and then rub my feet while I fucking eat it.
Get down.
Men don't get to define fucking things for women.
Get down. Alright, we should probably stop.
Love
Knew
your
you'd
wife.
do that before you'd fucking respond to anything that I said.
Love your wife.